Yeah, Good morning, my fellow veterans and colleagues. I'm Joel Kinsel, Executive Director of the Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs, and it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you today to the 2021 Spring Governor's Veteran Services Mini Symposium. We're excited to bring this to you today virtually so we can share more about the services and resources we offer here at ODVA. These services are for you, our Oklahoma veterans, and they are at your disposal to assist you in attaining and maintaining a better quality of life. You as a veteran are entitled to these benefits and services for the sacrifices made by you and by your families. We're proud to bring you a great lineup of speakers and topics today that will take a deeper dive into the different veterans programs and services offered here at ODVA. You'll learn more about new programs we're rolling out like OKSTEP and AgriVets, as well as long-standing tried and true programs such as education, employment, entrepreneurship, mental health, and programs for our women veterans. Also be sure to stay tuned for the afternoon session from 1 to 4 o'clock p.m. to receive the latest information on a variety of topics related to veterans benefits at both state and national levels during the Joint Services Officer Training Symposium, or JSOTS. And we look forward to hosting you again in November at our live and in-person 6th Annual Governor's Veterans Services Conference. So please be watching for more information on registering for that event as we continue to make progress on finalizing plans. We will also be putting out a call for proposals. So if you're interested in being a speaker or hosting a breakout session, we would like to hear from you. So please be on the lookout for that as well. Before I close, I want to thank you for your service that you've given to our country, your time, your energy, dedication, and life. Let us return that to you by being a good resource for you, no matter what stage of life you may find yourself in. Just like you, it is our duty and our calling to be of service, and we are here to serve you. And now, without further ado, please enjoy the virtual symposium. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for your service.
Good morning. I'm Krista Townsend, Public Affairs and Marketing Administrator for ODVA, and I will be serving as the moderator for today's virtual symposium. We will be allowing a few minutes for Q&A following each session, so please ask questions via the chat feature or raise your hand. I will do my best to get to your questions answered as time allows, but you can always reach out to that presenter directly following today's symposium if I'm unable to get to your question. So let's get started. Kicking the symposium off today is Sarah Lane and Lisa Mussick. Sarah currently serves as Deputy Director for ODVA, where she's responsible for identifying strategic opportunities to serve veterans through the development, direction, coordination, and oversight of agency programs that improve and increase access to veteran benefits and services. Prior to this position, Sarah served as ODVA's first dedicated in-house general counsel. Sarah served in the Oklahoma Army National Guard from 2005 to 2016 as both a Judge Advocate General's Corps officer and supervisory contract officer. As a supervisory contract officer for Oklahoma, Sarah had procurement responsibilities for both the Army and Air National Guard. Sarah has a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration from the University of Tulsa, a Master of Arts in Administrative Leadership from University of Oklahoma, and a Juris Doctorate from the T.C. Williams School of Law at the University of Richmond. Lisa Mussick currently serves as Women Veterans Coordinator for ODVA, where she's responsible for ensuring women veterans of Oklahoma have equitable access to state and federal veterans benefits. Lisa comes to ODVA from the Oklahoma Employment Security Commission, where she previously served as a field service representative for the Claims and Benefits Division. Lisa describes herself as a proud United States Air Force veteran and Cold War relic, serving from 1989 to 1992 as a Morse Systems Intercept Operator with the Electronic Security Command and later for the U.S. Air Force Intelligence Command. Sarah and Lisa, I will turn it over to you.
Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, veterans. Good morning, service providers, families, and friends. We are thrilled to be presenting to you today over some new and some thriving programs through your state of Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs. Thank you again for spending your morning with us. So we're happy to be seeing you face to face, and spoiler alert, we look forward to announcing a true face-to-face opportunity for our next symposium towards the end of today's program. So today, Lisa and I are going to visit with you about 3 new and maturing programs at the State of Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs. The first of those being our brand new, still in development, OKSTEP program. So Lisa, do you want to tell them what OKSTEP stands for?
Oklahoma Specific Transition and Education Program. We are super excited to do this. And as I am typically saying, Oklahoma is stepping up its game to assist our veterans in the state. If you're able to see on the screen our mission statement, we plan to assist in empowering our veterans and service members to discover all that our state of Oklahoma has to offer in support of their post-military service pursuit of quality of life and quality of opportunity. So many of us, the transition process is not only when we exit our military service, but we find ourselves, whether we are transitioning from one employment specter to another, or transitioning into different life cycles, whether we are needing caregiver assistance or education opportunities. And so we are developing OKSTEP to serve as a quality Oklahoma specific program. We are working with our sister state agencies to just place everything within one realm so that you as a service member, veteran, or family member can learn about what's available to you in the state of Oklahoma.
Absolutely. And interestingly, Lisa and I both came to the inspiration for the program that will become Oklahoma STEP at different points in times, but I think the motivation was very much the same. So for me, it was last fall as part of our mayor's and governor's challenges to prevent veteran and family member suicides. We repeatedly identified that there are gaps and there are opportunities to fill those gaps. And so at that point, it was a light bulb moment for me. Lisa and I were in the same room attending one of the online conferences together, where there are very high quality transition programs available at the federal level, but we see a unique opportunity to fulfill a couple of the goals of the governor's challenge and to meet our state agency's goal through OKSTEP. So the federal transition assistance program is wonderful, but we can do something through OKSTEP that they cannot do, and that is to market to veterans and service members why Oklahoma. Oklahoma has a tremendous amount to offer to our veterans and to our service members that are looking at their post-service opportunities, and the federal transition program cannot market on behalf of any given state, but we sure can. And who knows Oklahoma opportunities better than Oklahomans? So program goals of STEP are to attract and retain veterans in the state of Oklahoma. I can't help but this is where my Okie comes out, Lisa. And I think of this as fishing analogy, how to hook them and keep them, okay? So we want to keep as many veterans as we can in the state of Oklahoma. And then we want to assist them in enjoying the highest quality of life and quality of opportunity. And so that is the phase of development that the OKSTEP program is in right now. Right now, we're building the platform and the curriculum that will serve to educate, whether you're here or whether you're stationed in Japan. This will serve to educate you about Oklahoma's specific opportunities. As we've already stated, we intend to support the federal TAPS program and to augment that with Oklahoma-specific training and opportunities to help our veterans and service members make the absolute best decision as to what's great for them and their families. And then to identify the bridge and gaps in services. And so this was the light bulb moment for me that occurred during the governor's and the mayor's challenge program development. Is there continue to be gaps in services, but those gaps in services are opportunities for us to fill those gaps with early information. One of the things that thrills me about our governors and mayors challenges is the emphasis on prevention. So not waiting till someone's in a crisis to provide very eager access to resources and opportunities, because if we can catch a veteran, a service member, or a family member pre-crisis, when they're first looking for a job that maximizes their skills, or pre-financial crisis, if we can minimize a period of unemployment, if we can help bridge a gap between employment with education, we can avoid them ever going down a dark path that would lead them to an eventual crisis. And so this program is really twofold. It's prevention at its best. It's education for the participants of all the wonderful available opportunities in Oklahoma, and a potential crisis avoidance. So we want, as our mission statement says, to optimize the opportunities available to our veterans and the awareness of those opportunities right here in Oklahoma. And then I just want to kind of divert for a moment, because we're still in the legislative session period. We have some great bills underway that I wanted to share with you about, so that you can take the opportunity to reach out to your legislators and to thank them for supporting Oklahoma veteran-friendly legislation. So one of those is Senate Bill 70. The sponsors are Senator Simpson and Representative Hardin, and that would modify in-state status for veterans to expand eligibility for in-state tuition. I think that would be a great attractor to stay in Oklahoma if our military veterans are receiving favorable status with our state institutions by way of in-state tuition rates. So we're very excited about that. And then another one that's kind of new to our radar, we got notification yesterday that House Bill 2873 has passed the House, and has passed the Senate, and it's on its way to the governor. And it is called the Universal Licensing and Recognition Act by Wallace and Fugate. So that seems to also, Lisa, present some really amazing opportunities. It is in support of universal licensing and interstate recognition of licensing, increasing those opportunities in the state of Oklahoma. That could be a tremendous opportunity and a tremendous attractor for the military family. So if you have a military member or a spouse that has attained a license out of state, this legislation directs Oklahoma licensing authorities to look at how they can facilitate in a fair and equitable fashion recognizing licenses from out of state to make us business friendly and veteran friendly. So super excited about that. And then a couple of more. We have Senate Bills 401 by Senator Pugh and Senate Bill 415 by Senator Simpson. I can just hear the silent cheers now as I tell you Senate Bill 401. The goal of that bill is to fully eliminate the remaining state income tax on military retirements. So this is a bill that's important if you're a military retiree. Whether you're a military retiree or not, this is one that would definitely be worth contacting your legislator to show support for. I don't believe that this one made it out of the Finance Committee this time, but because we're in the first part of the session, this is still a viable bill for next session. So there's lots of opportunities to share your support for the session next January as well. And then Senate Bill 415 by Senator Simpson ensures that all surviving spouses of 100% service-connected disabled veterans get to continue the benefits after the death of the service member. And now you might be asking, wait, don't they already get to do that? And most of them do, but there's very, very, very narrow gap wherein if the service connection is awarded post-mortem. So the application was active, the veteran passes, then the rating is awarded. That widow is not treated, or widower is not treated equally with the others. And so this bill seeks to remedy that, and we're very grateful that that's being looked at. So those are just a few of the legislative bills that are pending that are oriented towards making Oklahoma a more military-friendly state. And that also is an important part of OKSTEP. So talking about now the development of OKSTEP, I mentioned before that we're right now in the portion of building the curriculum for STEP. And so that will be structured much like one would foresee a formal education, something like a college curriculum. So there'll be something of a base introduction where they get an orientation to Oklahoma and all that's wonderful generally about Oklahoma, the business opportunities, the recreation opportunities, the quality of life factors here in Oklahoma. And then after completing that orientation or that base education component, then they would have the opportunity to channel into one or more areas depending on what they're looking to for their transition process. So those would be education, learning more about Oklahoma education opportunities through our colleges, universities, our vocational schools, our apprenticeships and on-the-job training programs. Another one would be employment. I'm concluding my military service, or maybe I've been retired or have separated some time ago and I want to change jobs. What are the Oklahoma strong opportunities for veterans here? And so the second track would be for employment, bridging employment for veterans and spouses. The third channel would be entrepreneurship and business ownership. Perhaps you're done working for somebody else and you want to start your own business using those valuable skills that you gained during your military service. So this would be the track for you. And you're going to hear more today from Mr. Darren Hoggett about our programs, both afoot and in development in support of veteran-owned businesses. And then the final pillar in this program would be those that are just ready to be retired. So still keeping you engaged with community engagement opportunities, entertainment, and leisure activities, and highlighting all the strong programs and the networking opportunities that exist for those in our state. So I mentioned now that we're in the build phase. So what will follow the build phase is two things. Naturally, we'll have a launch. So the launch of the event would be the marketing event, that would be the referral and the connection event. And so that I think would be a media event as well as a personal referral opportunity. And then the referral opportunities is also what will follow the build phase of this. At the end of the education, it's not enough just to hand them a piece of paper and say, congratulations, you're an expert in Oklahoma.
No.
We want to do a warm handoff to whatever level of engagement that the veteran is seeking next. And so if they're looking at education, introduction to veteran student groups and administration of colleges and universities, or if you are an entrepreneur or aspiring business owner, warm handoff perhaps to a mentorship opportunity or an industry association. And so this really is, I think, where this Oklahoma specific program can be really a step above, a head and shoulders
Yes.
above others, is because it builds a firm foundation of knowledge, and then it does a warm handoff, building relationships that will likely last a lifetime, both with the Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs and with the referral entity that we're referring them to. And so to that end, there's unlimited room at the table. So if you're a member or a leader of an industry organization, or if you're a small business who recognizes the value of employing veterans with their strong work ethic and their organizational skills, please seek us out as we build out the referral piece of this. We want to include each of you. We want to have as many referral sources as possible to make a great match in pairing our veterans for success right here in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma resources.
Yes, Oklahoma strong. So, and that really is how we think that we'll be able to extend the Oklahoma standard of welcome to our veterans around the world, as well as those that have Oklahoma connections through this program. So,
We're stepping up our game.
yes.
So we're going to move into one of the pieces, a small step, okay, that is going to be a larger step within OKSTEP. I know lots of steps here, but just stay with us.
An industry-specific opportunity.
Yes, very much so. So do you want to start this out, or would you like me to talk about
Go
this
ahead,
one?
Lisa. I've
This
been
is-
talking too much.
This is an exciting one for Sarah and I. Sarah and I both have an agricultural background. We both grew up out in the country. We both grew up in the dirt, and sometimes,
Proud farm girls.
yes, and you sometimes have, I say we put a little layers on, we continue to put some layers of dirt on us. So multiple years ago, I was approached and learned about something called the Farmer Veteran Coalition. And I was approached for help from a woman veteran that I was working with. So I began to explore this more and connected with the Oklahoma Department of Ag, Miss Mary Ruth Kohiner, who's a program director over there, and again from the Oklahoma Employment Security Commission. The three state agencies began collaborating together. And we are developing within ODVA a program that is called AgriVets. And then a step off of that is we are supporting a group of veterans to begin a chapter of the Farmer Veteran Coalition here in Oklahoma. So Sarah, do you want to say a few things now about that?
Oh, just tremendous partnership
Yes.
opportunities here. So AgriVets, again, a program that we're just super excited about and see a whole myriad of opportunities because this, again, it kind of meets two needs. And we've seen it do both personally and through our network contacts with the National Farmer Veteran Coalition. One is opportunity for industry. Post-service employment is critically important. And also, I just want to brag on the network of partners that we have helping us stand this
Yes.
up. Nothing that we do at the Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs can be fully done or done well with the limited resources we have here. We are a very flat organization. We're very minimally staffed compared to the large constituency we serve. So your support and participation and leadership in all of the initiatives you'll hear about today is critical to their success. I mean, you're our team members. We exist to serve you and we invite you into both participation and leadership. And so we've got a great team. We've got the president of the Cattle Women's Association for Oklahoma. We've got, who else do we have, Lisa? We've got such a diverse team leading this
Yes.
with room for everyone at the table.
And we have an AgriVets piece on our website. Okay, so I direct everyone, please go to our ODVA website. We have lots of information. Yesterday, I placed an article that was published by the federal VA supporting veterans seeking opportunities within agriculture. Oklahoma is a rich state with agriculture and military. Okay, so combining the two of those, I'm constantly at the table with whenever I'm encouraging participants and different organizations to be a part of this. We are Oklahoma and we are veterans. Let's support our veterans who are interested, and the support and the mental health aspect, which is actually what drew me into the Farmer Veteran Coalition, attending their national meetings and listening to the stories of so many veterans that were healing. Yes. Oh my gosh. So that is a piece that Sarah and I just love to talk about. And I'm just going to direct you to the website and just keep following us. We will provide more information as we go along on that one.
Well, and I just want to add that there's no scale of participation in agriculture that is a requirement for this. So
Correct.
whether you want to learn more about producing food for your family
Mhm. Small
in your
garden.
own backyard,
Yes.
or whether you are, a well-endowed
A larger
landowner
producer. Yes.
with a commercial operation, there is room for everyone. The mentorship opportunities here are just tremendous. That shared knowledge wealth and the camaraderie opportunities across the veterans and sharing information about the agriculture industry here is just phenomenal. And I'll say one of the other, to the end of what Lisa was talking about the real healing that can happen here. This is an example of a very industry specific channel that one might flow through the OKSTEP program and identify as being high appeal, but the education and the mentorship opportunities and just somewhat the collaboration of the try before you buy, agriculture can be a very resource intensive operation, can be a very
Yes.
high risk operation. Those of us
Yes.
that have grown up
Yes.
in the field, so to speak, can tell you. And so the opportunity to identify that, partnering with another experienced farmer without making the large capital outlay for land and equipment that can
Yes.
be required to do this on a commercial scale is another thing that could be finance saving, because you may attempt this and decide that it is or isn't for you. This may be an activity that you engage upon and you enjoy and is therapeutic and it gets you through a season, and then you identify your future passion, and it's not agriculture for support, it's agriculture for a hobby, and you've saved a tremendous resource investment. So lots and lots of opportunities here. Again, we couldn't be more excited. If you're an agriculturalist and would like to find out more about this program, it is also still in the formulation stage, although that plan is very much maturing with the matchmaking and the different pieces of this well underway. Reach out. Lisa's got a hashtag there. It can be used on social media. And then we also have an email address that's specific to AgriVets.
Yes, agravets@odva.ok.gov. You can reach out to me directly. We are working with lots of federal and state and local and private partners for this AgriVets program. So thank you very much.
Well, and I keep stepping back to OKSTEP because it seems to intertwine with so many other programs. So this is yet another example of an opportunity where perhaps you go into education or you go into the workplace and you identify that you're ready to make another transition in your life as a veteran. The OKSTEP program absolutely welcomes you back. There's no expiration date on your eligibility or you're welcome to participate. So if you're separating from the service and you explore your educational opportunities, and you want to revisit and see what the current resources exist in the OKSTEP platform, at the end of your education, come on back, evaluate what your business ownership or your workplace opportunities might be at that time. And we welcome you back at any time. I think all of us transition multiple times during your life. And the time it takes to transition is also extremely variable by individual. Some move forward, never look back, laid out what's ahead, and then some people encounter twists and turns, and we want to provide the most resources that we have at our disposal at each one of those turns. So we welcome you back.
And my picture's on the screen, so we better move on so we can move off of this one.
All right, so our next program, so those are both of the new programs that we're announcing and building, and welcome your input in. And so this is not a new program, but I'm super excited to announce that over the last year, we have made an important addition to this program.
Yes.
So seeing the volume and the need and the great work that was being done by Lisa Messett, our Women Veterans Coordinator, we decided it was time to double her workforce. So we've added one more. You can see pictured here, this is her new Assistant Women Veterans Coordinator, Trishelle Foreman. Trishelle is a seasoned Army veteran and has been a tremendous addition to our claims and benefits team and to the women veterans outreach that we do here at ODVA. So I'm pleased to introduce you virtually to Trishelle Foreman and encourage you as you see her out at events working with Lisa or representing the agency to please make a point to get to know her.
Thank you. So I get to talk now just a few minutes about the Women Veterans Program and how Trishelle and I are working together, and I'm going to use the acronym very quickly of HER. Okay, so what do we do? With H, we're here to help. We help women veterans all across the state. You do not have to be in the OKC Metro where we are housed here at the central office. We will help you from Idabel to Guyman, from Hollis to Gore. Okay, we cover the entire state. We help our women veterans navigate the federal and state benefits and services. Okay, so if you do not know if you're a veteran, if you do not know what's available to you, reach out to us. We are here to help you. Using the E, we educate. So since the end of February, she and I have been hosting Lunch and Learn series for our women veterans. Everyone can listen in. There have been many persons who have been participating with us. We've started out with VBA. So we've had Heather McKibben with us, and she has been going over all kinds of topics such as claims and benefits, military sexual trauma claims, gynecological specific issues that women often do not know that they can apply for service connection disability ratings for. We discussed just Tuesday, we discussed burial benefits. There are lots of women who do not realize that they have the ability to be buried in our national veteran cemeteries. So we discussed that. Education is a big piece. It is educating our women veterans, and It is educating the public. Did you know that there are 30,000 women veterans in the state of Oklahoma? We are strong, we are proud, and we are here to help you. There are Oklahoma Women Veteran Organization. There's just so many different things and available, that resources and such that are available to you that so many women have not known to step out and to seek. For the R, respect and honor. This is one that touches my heart. So every year in June, I host some very specific events for our women veterans. June 12th celebrates, in a lot of our different states, they celebrate it as Women Veterans Day. June 12th celebrates the Armed Services Integration Act, where women were first allowed to serve without the necessity of war and would be eligible for veteran benefits. Okay, so last year I created a program called Oklahoma Sisters in Service. And I just did a public marketing piece of it. I did it on social media to where I invited anyone. Sarah's brother could have nominated Sarah. He would send me photos of her and a little bio, and I would create this very nice image of her, and I would share it on social media. It was amazing I met women all across the state. I was so encouraged by this. They were so appreciative. So this year, I'm taking it to a whole nother level. A few months ago, I had a phone call from a woman who said, does Oklahoma have a digital library of the women veterans in Oklahoma? And I took it to Sarah, and Sarah and I both were like, no, but we're going to have one.
We will.
So we are creating a project that is called Her Story. Okay. So with Her Story, we are again going to kick off in June. Okay. And it's 3 steps of this. One, first and foremost, is we want every woman to check, yes, I've served. And you do that by registration within the State of Oklahoma Veteran Registry. That can also be accessed from our website, as well as when we host events and things, which, yes, I plan to be back out on the road and covering the state. So we will have a paper copy, but if you go to our website, you can register. Second piece of that is we're taking those photos and things that were sent to us. I would often ask the women, do you have any current photos? And they would say, no. Do you have a current photo headshot? Well, you do, because ODVA gave me one.
Because I'm here.
Exactly. So ODVA is going to take that step further. And we are offering to our women veterans in the state of Oklahoma a photo opportunity. Okay. So if you're in the OKC Metro, we are going to coordinate a schedule to take photos of you with the Oklahoma City, with the Capitol in the background. Okay, so it's going to be a beautiful, we have a professional photographer that is graciously providing her time for us to do this. Okay, and the woman veteran will receive the digital image. You as the veteran, I provide that to Sarah. Sarah can print it off. She can do whatever she wishes to do. It is her, it will belong to her.
Yours for your personal use.
Yes.
We also ask that you permit us to utilize it to recognize you as a woman veteran and to share just a little highlight of your military service, to mark your place in history and to celebrate the service of women in our military. And so we're super excited about this opportunity to honor our women veterans with the photo opportunity. Lisa's mentioned there'll be with the Capitol in the background, so it will be very stately, it will be very formal.
Yes.
We'll incorporate an element that's service honoring, whether that's a flag or dog tags. We're still formulating what the exact layout of it's going to look like, but it will be first class. It will be beautiful, and it'll be something that you'd be proud to display on your home or with the agency that represents veterans to mark your place in history as a woman veteran.
A piece of that also that you can, a prop, so to speak, that you can bring into your photo is another piece of the Her Story project. We are working on a project with Oklahoma State University in Stillwater, and we are going to host a walk a mile in her boots. We are going to do a display of military boots on the campus of OSU in Stillwater during the week of Veterans Day. So the boots, in essence, if you have your own, Or if you're like me and I don't have any, I have to go out and I'm going to purchase, or if there are those listening that have extra and are willing to donate. And then each woman will, in essence, decorate her pair of boots to reflect her military service. And then again, the big display on OSU campus during the week of Veterans Day.
I think that's going to be very moving.
I do too. I have already heard from lots of women, and I've heard from American Legion groups and several others, DAV. I've spoken with them, and they're going to host actual events at their locations for the women to prepare for that.
Fun.
And we didn't say, though, also on that, the digital photos, we are going to go out into the communities.
Yes. So this is another area where we could use your help. We have the Capitol here in Oklahoma City, but we understand not everyone is able to travel to the metro area. So we could use your suggestions. So email Lisa with your recommendations of where it would present a similarly but unique and beautiful stately background in your region of the state. So we can evaluate those and perhaps even host an event in your hometown.
And for our tribal women, we want to work directly with each individual tribe within the state, and we want to come to your grounds. We want to come to your location with a military veteran, a stately background, and we want to take photos. We want to provide a photo of your tribal woman veteran on her tribal grounds.
Now, Lisa, how does one request to participate in this opportunity?
So we already have the registration forms accessible on our website. So again, you will need to go to the ODVA website. You can always connect with me. My email on the previous slide that was shown, it is just okwomenvets@odva.ok.gov. Just reach out to me. My phone number, you can find me through the website, obviously, 405-523-4020. Reach out to me. This is something that is going to run from June until November. Okay, so photos, and my goal is to have 300 photos by come November during that time frame. 300 women represent and 300 pairs of boots
Very
to,
doable.
to represent the 30,000 women veterans in the state. What do you want to go to? You want to go into some Q&A? Do you
Yes.
want to?
Lots going on with each of those programs. So I think this would be a great point to entertain some questions if we have any questions from our attendees this morning about any of the topics that we've discussed today.
And bear with us as we go into this. Yes, Pete, the Tuesday meetings, all of the lunch and learn activities and things that we've been doing, we did not record the shows, okay, so to speak. We did not record them because of the personal nature of the questions that we cover. But however, all of the slides that have been shared, all of the presentation briefings, those are all accessible on our website by each individual topic.
And then we have a question about embracing the opportunity to capture a piece of history with our female veterans. Is there any way that men could receive a photo as well? I think that would be a really natural extension. Give us the chance to perfect the process.
That's on the list.
Our lady veterans. And then I think it would be very fitting, and we would absolutely look forward to the opportunity to capture our men veterans as well and preserve and honor them in the same way.
That is
you
on
for
the
that
list.
question.
Yes. That is something that she and I both have already discussed, and so to speak, it's on the list.
Yes.
We tailored it down to where our women veterans would be as she said, a much easier target for us to start out with. So thank you very much.
Look forward to doing that.
So how do we get in touch with OKSTEP?
Okay, so we're about a day behind on establishing an email address specific to OKSTEP.
Stay tuned.
But stay tuned, we will have one. So hopefully by the time we send out the materials, the email address will look very similar to the okwomenvets@odva.ok.gov. It will be okstep@odva.ok.gov. But don't email anyone just yet, because you'll get a bounce back message because it's just recently been requested. So I would say the other thing you could do is to watch our website for a landing page. And then when the email is active, there'll be a landing page, even if initially it just says coming soon. and welcoming nominations and introductions. This is a great introductory opportunity. If you'd like to connect with us for the first time, to let us know what great work you're out there doing for veterans, so we can refer veterans that are a good match to your service to you. Or if you just want to have lunch with us and update us on, maybe you're someone that we're very familiar with, but you want to kind of update us on your progress and what you've been up to lately, we would absolutely welcome and really enjoy that same opportunity to visit with you and catch up with the services that you have to offer. So watch the website first, watch the social media, probably more appearing there as we were closer to launch. I think the other thing we failed to mention was the launch timeframe for this.
Yes.
Our current target, if everything stays on track, and right now it's tracking very well, would be probably late fall for the OKSTEP initiative. So there is some time, but it will be a very busy, industrious time in building this out. So thank you for those questions.
We do hope, we plan to have more information and more of a concrete focus for OKSTEP in November at our live event. And the question about Veterans Upward Bound being a part of it, you are already a part of it.
Absolutely. We're
You're
counting
already
on
on
you
the
to be there,
list.
Randy.
You're on the list. Mary Meeks and you, Randy, and all of our partners across with the Veterans Upward Bound, you're on the list. You're already there.
A critical component for education.
Yes, vital. Okay, so is there anything else over here that we need to discuss, or seem to be doing okay on time? Director's giving us our eyeballs already. So just want to make sure that everyone, please go to our website. We've got our, for women veterans, we've got the slideshows on there, the presentations. We've got our tribal women veterans. We've got multiple items coming up for that, multiple events. We're going to begin in June. If you remember, we have hosted the first ever Tribal Women Veterans Summit in the state of Oklahoma in 2019, and Mary Cully and I are going to host that again. It's going to be completely virtual. We begin in June. It's going to be 3 different sessions of a virtual event, as well as a virtual Center for Women Veterans roundtable discussion. Again, registrations are on our website already, so I encourage you to participate in that. For Agravets or OKSTEP, you want to bring up anything else?
License plate.
License plate.
Can you give an update on the license plate?
Absolutely. There is a women veterans license plate in the state of Oklahoma. I have one proudly on my car. The first weekend I have it, I was driving to Elk City and my husband said, "Why are you driving so fast?" And I said, "Because I'm passing everybody so they can see my license plate." He didn't think that was such a great idea. So personal vehicle, disclaimer, personal vehicle, not a state car, and did not get stopped. It was not that fast. Okay, so unless you know me.
That's
So
for you.
if you know me, anyway, nonetheless, I'm proud of my license plate. It is began with a woman here that lives here, that works within ODVA. She has spearheaded that for the Oklahoma Women Veterans Organization. Lisa Acevedo will be on with you again later today.
Big thank you to Lisa for supporting and initiating that program.
Yes, so we have a Women Veterans license plate and it is completely accessible and we're good to go on that one. Anything else that comes to mind that we want to, and this is affectionately called the Sarah and Lisa show this morning. So thank you for joining us today.
So I guess just to review, how do you get in contact with each of the programs? We've got
Okay.
Lisa's email address for the OK Women Vets email inbox to ODVA. We've talked about OKSTEP email and landing page coming soon to the Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs website. That website is oklahoma.gov/veterans. The state has recently done an update of its websites. Any directory that you have for us in the past will forward to the current website. But just letting you know, if you type it in and click enter and then suddenly it's changed, that's why there's been a recent makeover, if you will, of the URLs for the state websites, as well as some of the navigation panes. So OKSTEP page coming there. And then on oklahoma.gov/veterans, you can also find a landing page, as Lisa has already mentioned, that will provide contact information and how to get in touch with and become a part of our Agravets initiative. So strongly encourage you to reach out by phone or by email and to stay current with us on social media and all other platforms on these and other great initiatives that you're going to hear more about today.
Thanks, Sarah.
All right.
I think we did good.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you. Be in touch.
Okay, well, thank you, Sarah and Lisa. That was an excellent update, and we appreciate you sharing all that information. All right, well, up next is Warren Griffiths. Warren is the Veterans Employment Services Program Manager with ODBA. He brings the experience of creating a successful military and veterans employment coordination program for the Oklahoma National Guard. Warren has a track record of assisting veterans in finding exceptional employment and creating long-lasting employer partnerships. He is focused on identifying all resources for veterans and military employment in Oklahoma, building employer partnerships, leveraging stakeholder alliances, implementing and sharing best practices, and identifying training and education toward obtaining new careers. Warren is a retired colonel, having served nearly 35 years in the Oklahoma Army National Guard. He served as a company commander, state headquarters commandant, and battalion. Warren also served as the director of personnel in the Army and the director of personnel for the Joint Staff, positions that were held as a colonel prior to retiring. Warren holds a bachelor's degree in psychology from Langston University and a master's degree in human relations from the University of Oklahoma. So now I will turn it over to Warren. You can take it away.
Good morning. I'm going to pop up here just any second, I hope. I see my slides up there. That's probably good enough. Oh, we're working on it. Well, I'm going to go ahead and say good morning. I'm excited to be with everyone today on this platform. It's great to get to share what's going on in Oklahoma relative to veterans employment, which includes many of you. Let's see if I can get my slide deck to work here. Here we go. This is the most important part anyway. All right, number one thing for me and in this program is building relationships. Want to identify programs throughout the state, learn all about the programs that are in Oklahoma that deal with, support, assist veterans, the veteran community in Oklahoma, including government agencies that provide services, nonprofits, and Indian nations and their veterans programs, and just find out about them so I know who's out there, what's out there. And then want to revive the working group, Veterans Employment Working Group that I initiated back a few years ago, which includes, and I want to include employers, government employment program representatives, and veterans in need who have need for employment. So it's kind of a dynamic working group. As we do these, they may be every month, every 6 months, 6 weeks rather. And so there might be new faces coming to the workshops, just depending on what's going on. But want to try to get that going. Also want to continue working individually with veterans, loved ones, transitioning service members who might still be serving in the reserve components. But one-on-one assistance is something that I'll never get away from. It's near and dear to my heart. Speaking of heart, as Lisa Mussett said a while ago, this is for me, it's all about the heart, working from the heart. Many of you who are joining us today is why you do what you do, is the motivation for serving others from your heart. Let's see if I can move to the next slide. Jump. Okay. Here we go. So this is about information sharing. Want to provide helpful information on ODBA's public website, the tab that can be accessed for Veterans Employment Services. It's all about sharing information. Want to share information about things like the apprenticeship programs. Oh, okay. There's a new initiative, I think, that is starting, I believe, this month, that is sponsored by the Department of Labor, I think in conjunction with the Department of Defense and VA. So learning a little bit about that, but as more comes out about that, I want to share that with folks. Apprenticeships is going to be a big thing. It'll also be an opportunity for veterans who have GI Bill benefits to be able to take advantage of those. Also, resource fairs. Want to either host or assist others who are hosting. Just want to be available and as those are scheduled or assist those who have scheduled resource fairs and events. Also, host or assist others who are hosting federal and state employment workshops, application processes. Another one near and dear to my heart, as mentioned, that I had served a number of years in the Oklahoma Army National Guard. Most of that time was served or employed as a federal employee. So having a lot of experience as a federal employee, I feel like I can provide some helpful information for people seeking federal employment, and been a state employee a few times, and most recently want to work with folks to help them in their pursuit of employment in the state government. I think biggest theme here is sharing information, sharing opportunities with the transition assistance programs at our installations here in Oklahoma, supporting their staffs, working together with their staffs, sharing information, receiving information from them, and passing information along. As we get information about employment opportunities, career opportunities with our outstanding employers, sharing those with service members who are transitioning or with the TAP staffs. A new plan that I'm trying to start up is identifying veteran supportive employers. I don't want to create an elaborate plan, a difficult plan, but want to make sure that we identify in working with those employers who are strong on hiring veterans and military members and family members, identifying them and getting the word out, building and sharing and promoting information about them. And want to get the good news out about all the available opportunities that are being provided by our great veteran supportive employers. And something that we've had to kind of get away from are the in-person hiring events. We've done some virtual events, but we're wanting to get back to doing in-person events with the Oklahoma Military Connection. Just to note, on the Oklahoma Military Connection, it's 5 state agencies, partnership, Office of Workforce Development, Career Tech, which was Career Tech for Vets, was involved at the beginning of that. The Oklahoma National Guard Employment Coordination Program is another agency that worked in getting that started, as well as the Veterans Division of the Oklahoma Employment Security Commission, and now ODVA being a part of that 5-state agency partnership. And we have some nonprofit partners with the Skills for Life program and the Volunteers of America Homeless Veterans Program. So they're working with us, and we'll be hosting the hiring events. We generally have two that are on a rotation. In November, usually we go to Norman at the Armed Forces Reserve Center and conduct a nice event there. And then we do another one in September on Fort Sill. And then we work together with Fort Sill when they host theirs in March. So it's a great relationship. But those are our recurring events. And then we want to do some non-recurring events somewhere in Oklahoma. And in the past, we've done them in Durant, we've been in Enid, McAllister, Tulsa. So just somewhere in Oklahoma, we're gonna do some events. And then we also want I want to talk about a new program that's new to Oklahoma. The Oklahoma Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services was just awarded a grant that is called Aspire. And it's geared to help people who might have some circumstances in dealing with mental health. Excuse me. And we know in the veteran community, there are oftentimes people that have situations that might be special circumstances. And so we see where there's a great need, and it's geared to help people find employment and gainfully employed opportunities. And so we're working with the Aspire program. That's just now happening, and pretty excited about that. And here's a big focus of mine. I call it special circumstances, provisions and activities. Big focus is to identify gaps of services that might not be codified or identified in some regulation, rule, or something, but it might involve some veterans who have certain needs. And so it's great to be here in the Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs and being available to identify gaps and to also identify programs if they're out there to fill those gaps. And that just might be me until something can be established or identified. So I appreciate that aspect. It's something that I've experienced in doing this kind of work probably since 2012. I think we were working with a military person living in their car, and the only internet access they had was in the parking lot of McDonald's. And so, you know, how do you help people that fall through the gaps? And but that person, we were able to help get gainful employment. And so, you know, just the needs of our folks that we meet them. I also want to make myself available to serve on any advisory boards or committees, working groups, anything that might be out there established to do what we're doing in the way of helping military veterans, veteran community in employment, career search, whatever. I just want to be available if I can, and I will, and I am, in fact, now. I also want to stay abreast of anything that's happening nationally or locally. And when I say locally, you know, state, city, town, about anything going on that has to do with veterans employment, and being able to learn about them and then share about them. If someone pops up with a new program and they'd like to get the information out, hey, I want to share that. I believe we're all on the same team working together so that no Oklahoma veteran, military person, a loved one goes with needs unmet. We want to help work together. Also, I talked about the apprenticeship program. This is a new initiative I'd mentioned. You know, the apprenticeship program offers veterans who are entitled to some GI Bill benefits to use their benefits if they have to get in at a level of pay that might not be just ideal for them, but their skill level may not possess a certification, but through an apprenticeship program, they can. There's a program that's nationwide, but it's gaining steam here in Oklahoma, where they will help an employer build, develop, and get accredited through the Department of Labor, their apprenticeship program. And therefore, the state approving agency can approve the program for the veteran to use their GI Bill benefits. And it's a great benefit to help supplement their pay until they get those skills, certifications, or whatever is required, either by industry or job. So pretty excited about that. I'm going to learn more. I'm going to preach that message as much as I can, and looking forward to sharing and learning more about that, seeing more people take advantage of that. And then I mentioned Aspire. Just to recap on that, it's an employment assistance in our veteran community to help our veterans gain full employment assistance there. At this point, I think that's it for my presentation. But if anybody has any questions or comments relative to what I'm covering, if you ask me anything difficult about other stuff other than this, I'm probably not going to be helpful. But relative to military and veteran employment, I can certainly try to answer questions or refer to those and get back with folks who can. Aha, looky there. I was hoping that aspect of this presentation wouldn't be working, so you could just see the product and not me. But we've got a great technical support team who put my mug up there. Okay, so do we have questions here? My tired eyes. It's awfully quiet in here. If you all are making any noise, I wouldn't know. Yes, I can provide my email. Thank you. Let's see. And I believe my email address, after I put it here, is also on our public website and in the Veterans Employment Services Program. I believe my work phone and my mobile phone and my email address is on there, but here it goes. See if my typing skills are going to work for me today. Nope. All right, there's an email. It's really been a pleasure to be here. I'm also looking forward to the in-person event that's going to take place in November. And that way, we can kind of work together, have some group session time, and love to hear about what's going on in your areas. But thank you so much for your time and your indulgence, with my presentation. And thank you very much. Look forward to meeting with every one of you.
All right, well, thank you, Warren.
Thank you.
We know how important it is to assist our veterans in finding suitable and fulfilling employment. So thank you for all you do for our veterans.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to take a break now, take about 15-20 minutes, and we will return about around 10:25, where we will hear from Darren Hoggett about starting your own business. So please join us again at that time. And thank you for being here, everyone. We will return shortly.
No.
All right, well, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us again. Next, we're going to turn it over to Darren Hoggett. Darren is the Business Management Program Administrator for the ODBA OK Vet Works program. Darren's responsible for assisting veteran entrepreneurs with growing and expanding their businesses in Oklahoma through a combination of state and federal resources. Darren holds a Bachelor of Arts in Administrative Leadership from the University of Oklahoma. He is also a State of Oklahoma Certified Procurement Officer and a Certified Business Consultant. So help me to welcome Darren, and he will start here in about 42 seconds.
Good morning, everybody. I don't want to echo what everybody else has said this morning, and thank you for being here and thank you for your service to our state and our country. Talk to you a little bit about OK Vet Works this morning. It is a still fairly brand new program for the state of Oklahoma, where we are working with veteran-owned businesses in several aspects of those businesses, trying to recruit more veteran-owned businesses in many, many ways. So in the ways that we're looking at helping veteran-owned businesses, the first thing is we want to listen to you. We want to understand what you're wanting to do. We want to discuss your ideas and see if we can bring them into reality. We want to help you with that roadmap and keep you moving forward, even if you have an existing business. We do have experience in at least one small business with our staff and more. We have advanced degrees and we've worked in various industries. So we have experience in all aspects of business, including a little bit of my background. I've also worked for the state procurement office, to where I'm able to help and assist with the solicitations that they may put out to help you hopefully obtain those bids and solicitations as they come through. We are working with several other state agencies and local businesses to help it stay connected, to where we can continue to make it more known who are the veteran-owned businesses in the communities, and get more veterans employed through some of those at the same time, working with Warren Griffiths on those as well when those opportunities come up. Several things that we offer, entity formation. So if you are wanting to start a new business, we want to help you whichever way we possibly can to make that be successful and as easy of a transition as we can. Business plan development review. I have templates that I can send out for those, and then you can send them back for review of those to make sure that that is something that can actually help you get that business going if it needs a loan, if it needs help with grants, whatever the case may be, so that can be successful. Give you an idea on that, I've had some of those business plans come in that are only a couple of pages long. And no offense to anyone, but a couple of pages of a business plan is not going to get you much. Those are usually about 30 pages in length. So that assistance and that information going out to you is extremely important. I also have access to several lenders and grant opportunities that can possibly qualify for your business to help you go that direction if you need to simply gain some funding. Marketing plan assistance, that government contracting assistance, and then naturally additional networking opportunities. So why would you want to start your own business, or why would you want to continue to grow your business? You know, a successful entrepreneur requires a lot of planning, a lot of creativity and hard work. It's when you talk to true veteran or businesses, ownerships, a lot of people think it's an 8-to-5 or 9-to-5 job. And truly, an entrepreneur starting a new business is not an 8-to-5 or 9-to-5 job. It is a 12 to 17, 18-hour day, 7 days a week to make sure that can be successful. So a lot of dedication from you and your family is required for that. There's a lot of things that you need to evaluate before going into that, several characteristics. Those characteristics are that innovation, the creativity, persistence, resiliency, flexibility. But most importantly, I think you definitely have to have a strong passion for what you're wanting to go into. It's not something that you believe will be successful. It's something you have a true passion and want to make successful. The persuasiveness, your self-confidence, boldness, and being a visionary are all keys to a strong and successful business. Here are just a few of the business categories that veteran-owned businesses are in Oklahoma currently. In our registry, if you have not registered with the Oklahoma VetWorks program, please go on our website, and I'll give you that link here in just a moment to join that registry so you can receive our monthly training opportunities. You can receive our monthly newsletters with information in there to help you with your business, and networking opportunities that are also available for that. But these business categories are just a few ideas of what's already there in that registry. This registry is also something that I can send out to agencies, to individuals, whoever we need to, like a directory of businesses that are all veteran owned. So it's extremely important that we get that information out as well. The logo that you often see, and you'll see on the next screen as well, showing that the veteran-owned business, those are decals that are also available to you that you can stick on your window if you have a storefront or your countertop, or even on your vehicle if you like, to show people that you are indeed a veteran-owned business. A lot of times people see that and they're automatically turned and said, I want to use them before using someone else. So I encourage you to do that and be part of that registry to receive that information. Here is my contact information. If you have an email you'd like to send to me, it's okvetworks@odba.ok.gov. And our website there, or even if you just type in OK VetWorks into a search bar, that will get you to that page as well, to where you can register and see the events, see our previous newsletters, things such as that, where you can be connected with us at all times. I do try to put out information quite often in those areas. I know my presentation is fairly short and sweet, and I want to make sure you have the opportunity to ask lots of questions, and I want to have that opportunity to answer those for you. So I'm sure there are going to be some questions. In fact, I see 2 questions now, or 2 statements anyway. Let me see what they are real quickly, and then we can continue on through some more. Is there any way that men can receive the photo as well? Oh, that's not mine. That's from somebody else. And then the apprenticeships, I guess that would probably also be for Warren as well. So if you have any questions for me at this time, go ahead and type those in and I'll be happy to answer those questions for you. I'm seeing no other questions. But again, veteran-owned businesses are something that we want to really promote in Oklahoma. I met with the Veterans Board at the Capitol the other day. They are very excited about this program for the state as well. So we need to definitely continue to push this along. Do you have a need for small business owners to need employees? Send me what you've got. If you have a resume or something, I do have some. I hope this is the question you're asking. If you need a job and you want to work for a veteran-owned business, I can definitely put some feelers out and try to connect that way. So between me and Warren, we'll definitely get you connected. Then I've got about to finish law school, and plan B is to start my own firm. Is there a schedule for a VA-backed SBA loan? And what percentage of skin in the game do you need to have it apply? The hard part about some of those SBA loans is you do have to have capital as well. And usually that's between 20 and 30%. But there are some that you may not have to have that, and there are some grants available. Something that a lot of people don't understand is also your local Department of Commerce's also have grants available to help start your businesses. So you want to definitely check with them when you're looking for funding. I work for HVRP grant from the Department of Labor. So there's a great contact for us as well. It's Jennifer Lemon. Jennifer, if you'll email me your contact information, I can definitely share that around, if you don't mind, please. Any other questions?
Well, since we have a little time, let me ask a question. So if someone is interested in starting their own business, is there like a structured process that you take them through, or how does that work when they reach out to you, Darren?
There are several actually things you need to go through. You've got to register with the Secretary of State, registered with the Oklahoma Tax Commission. So there's several things that we need to go through to help you get started to where you are an actual official business. And that is extremely important to make sure you're on those rolls. If you want to need help getting onto the federal registries like the VetBiz, and such as that, the SAM, the Systems Award Management, to where you can actually work on federal contracts too. I can also help you and assist you in some of those directions too. But you do have to start with the Secretary of State and Tax Commissions.
Okay, and then once they're incorporated to their liking, do you start helping them put together a business plan, marketing efforts, guidance in that regard to kind of continue to support them?
Yes, depending on which stage you're at, I actually suggest having the business plan, marketing plans in place first, and then go ahead and get your registries going on kind of at the same time, but have those other things started and lined up to go a little bit first.
But you can assist with
You
that
definitely can assist with that.
and helping them officially launch the business.
Yes.
Okay, great.
And I see that Jennifer Lemon did go ahead and give us her email address. If you're not able to see it or anything, it is Jennifer jlemon@voaok.org. And she'll also send me some information if you're interested in some of those grants as well. I see no other questions, so we will go ahead and move on to our next section here in just a moment.
Okay, well, thank you, Darren, for all you do to assist veterans who may already have their own business or who may be considering starting their own business. That's a very important program we have here at ODBA. All right, so joining us next is Dr. Brent Montgomery. Brent currently serves as the State Approving Agency Administrator for ODBA, where he's responsible for monitoring, auditing, and reporting on the GI Bill educational benefits to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. His focus at ODBA includes data engineering and software design for automation of operations processes in service to our Oklahoma veterans. Brent is a veteran of both the United States Air Force, serving from 1981 to 1985, and the United States Army, serving from 1985 to 1990. Brent holds a Bachelor of Arts in Philosophy, a Master of Divinity in Philosophical Theology, a Master of Arts in Philosophy, and a Doctorate of Philosophy in Philosophy of Mind. So to say that he knows his philosophy, to say the least, I think he's on top of that. So Brent, he will get started here in about 20 seconds.
Good morning, and thank you for coming to the conference today. We hope we can be informative. We want to talk a little bit about the origin of the GI Bill, what a state approving agency does, some of my team members, and then some of the rough policies that we cover and what our mission is. Later, we'll meet some content experts in terms of how the law operates and how on-the-job training and apprenticeship operates. So I think you'll find the session informative. And naturally, you can always go to our website or contact us directly. We can certainly help you with that. So that is the mission of the ODBA SAA, is really to interact with education and on-the-job training and apprenticeship. Now, if I give you a little bit of background about the GI Bill, it kicks off in 1944 as the Servicemen's Readjustment Act, and it's widely known as the GI Bill of Rights, and it was drafted by the American Legion National Commander, Chair Harry W. Clomery, with the intention of avoiding confusion over veterans' benefits. Previous benefits packages from World War I were confusing and didn't meet the service members' expectations. So the GI Bill offers a range of benefits for GIs the general issues, and then including low-cost mortgages, small business loans, unemployment compensation, tuition, living expenses for high school, college, or VOTEX, and these are all surprisingly tax-free. Since the first GI Bill, a series of ever-improving legislation has brought benefits to veterans and their families. Well, the state approving agencies, SAAs, were established as part of the Servicemen's Readjustment Act of 1944 to provide oversight, and authority was given to the states due to the wide variety of state education laws. Federal funding ensures that approval and oversight of education will be conducted so that veterans and their families are assured top quality training opportunities. The ODV SAA's team is made up of 4 full-time and 1 part-time staff member. Warren Griffiths, who you met earlier, performs outreach efforts that help to pair veterans and employers. Lisa Acevedo conducts compliance surveys to ensure that schools and training providers are giving top quality training expected from them, and while spearheading her on-the-job training and apprenticeship. Sherry Eaton provides approval oversight to facilities in Oklahoma, helping them to understand and navigate the complex requirements of Title 38 VA law. Stephen Rudnick monitors updates to law and VA policy, and I ensure that technology systems are in place that allow Oklahoma schools, employers, and beneficiaries to have the best GI experience possible. Well, education and training at school. Institutions of higher learning, of course, offer bachelor's, master's degrees, and professional certificates. You also have non-college degree entities, so we'll talk about those a little bit. The primary use for the GI Bill is education and training at schools. Most people associate the GI Bill with institutions of higher learning. Universities like OU or OSU, 2-year schools like Rose State and OCC, even private schools like Southern Nazarene University. However, non-college degree institutions, including cosmetology schools, technical and trade schools, career techs, students can select from thousands of degree programs, masters, doctorates, professional certificates, trade programs in just about any field you'd expect. Students participating in these programs using the GI Bill enjoy notably higher completion and employment rates. So educational institutions are especially interested in veterans joining their program. For Oklahoma schools, we currently have 63 institutions of higher learning approved, 28 private and 35 public. Those facilities are augmented by another 68 institutions offering non-degree programs in wide-ranging fields, all the way from cosmetology to welding. We even have a couple of horseshoeing programs. There are 34 private and 34 public institutions such as career tech centers to choose from. So a wide variety in Oklahoma if you're choosing how to plan your future in education or a career field. In addition to those programs already mentioned, areas can also participate in flight training programs. Both dedicated flight training programs and programs that are part of a bachelor's degree are available. Oklahoma currently has 3 non-degree flight programs and 3 degree-bearing flight programs approved at 5 institutions, 3 of which are private, and an additional public institution is currently in preparation to becoming approved also. So as you can see, typically there is new programs that come and become a part of the educational institution. And so again, I can only reemphasize there are literally thousands of programs and career certificates, career field choices you have available here in Oklahoma. Who can use a GI Bill? GI Bill benefits are primarily earned while serving on active duty. Once earned, the GI Bill can be used while still on activity or can be used after separation. In some cases, the service member's spouse or dependents may be able to use the GI Bill as well. In our next segment, with some of our staff at the SAA, we'll explore the different versions of GI Bill benefits that are available and what they include. So you may have specialist questions in terms of policy or law. You'll be able to ask those directly, but I can entertain any very general questions should you have them.
All right. Any questions? everyone just hold on a moment. We're checking to see if there are any questions for Brent.
I see one question. What does it take to become a VA-approved education partner? There are a series of steps in terms of just making an application, or even before that, calling and depending on what kind of facility you are. We'll have specific guidance for that, and we can walk you through the process. It will not be mysterious. You'll be assigned a state approving officer, and he or she will carefully work you through what's required. It's not a rush. It's really not any more complex than calling and asking and having us help you through that. So I think you'll find it to be a straightforward process once you get in contact with a state approving officer.
Okay, does anyone else have any further questions for Brent?
I see a question. Do you or any staff at ODBA handle Chapter 35 benefit issues? I will leave that to my state approving officer. There's some ins and outs of how that applies, and so I'll have him answer that directly. I see him writing even as we speak, so I think he'll have a position on that matter.
Okay, all right, well, great. Well, thank you, Brent.
Thank you.
I think it's really important to know more about the GI Bill and all the benefits and educational opportunities that fall under that. So thank you, Brent, for all you do to serve our veterans. And please help me welcome up next, Stephen Rudnick. Stephen began his veteran services career as a school certifying official with the University of Oklahoma Outreach, where he served for 6 years. There, he oversaw graduate, undergraduate, and certificate programs offered in various formats. In 2017, Stephen moved to the Oklahoma State Accrediting Agency and has since transitioned to the Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs State Approving Agency, where he serves as a state approving officer. Stephen previously served in several positions within Oklahoma Association of Veterans Counselors and Coordinators, including as president. Stephen is currently an active participant in the National Association of State Approving Agencies. He provides frequent training on the topics of GI Bill approval and compliance, and is considered Oklahoma's expert on GI Bill education benefits. So I will turn it over to you now, Stephen, in about 25 seconds.
Good morning, y'all. I'm Stephen Rudnick. I frequently do these sorts of presentations, but this is my first time on camera, so please bear with me. I am both shy and nervous. So previously, Dr. Montgomery noted that the GI Bill can be used for a wide variety of training opportunities and is available to most service members and, in many cases, their families. I'd like to explore what those benefits look like, who can use them, and what they have to offer. So when Congress sets out to improve the GI Bill, they often do so by creating new versions of the benefit. Thus, when we discuss the GI Bill, we are actually discussing several different benefit packages called chapters. All the versions or chapters of the GI Bill now include 36 months of training, often called entitlement. Rather than regular calendar months, each 130-day increments. When calculating expenditure, the VA calculates down to the day, and it is policy to always round in the beneficiary's favor. Those individuals who served after 9/11 and elected Montgomery GI Bill, those with multiple periods of service, or people who have eligibility for multiple benefit sources, such as children receiving benefits from both parents, may be entitled to more than 36 months of training. If you're unsure of what benefit you or a family member may be eligible for, the folks at the VA Education Hotline can assist. Originating in 1980, the Chapter 30 Montgomery GI Bill was, until recent years, the most widely used VA education benefit. Service members who served after 1985 and opted into the benefit by agreeing to pay a $1,200 reduction are eligible to receive the Montgomery GI Bill. Although in the past, the pay reduction had to be selected during basic training in order to alleviate concerns that people in basic did not know what they were signing for or what they were signing away, recent legislation has moved the opt-in period to after basic training. The same legislation also established that the Montgomery GI Bill will be sunset in 2030 and will begin at that time to be phased out. The Montgomery GI Bill has a limited period in which you can use it. Any unused benefit expires 10 years after the conclusion of the last period of service. The Montgomery GI Bill can be used in conjunction with federal TA to top up the portion of tuition and fees not covered by the tuition assistance. This use is very efficient and only costs a relatively small amount of entitlement. The Montgomery GI Bill pays a monthly stipend up to $2,122 for full-time training. Here we go. Chapter 1606 Montgomery GI Bill is for those Guard and Reserve members who have completed basic training and have completed training schools such as AIT and are actively drilling. Unlike Chapter 30, Chapter 1606 recipients may not use their benefit in conjunction with tuition assistance. Chapter 1606 pays a monthly stipend up to $397 monthly. Chapter 35, which was asked about earlier, is the Dependent Education Assistance Program. It provides benefits to eligible dependents of veterans who are permanently and totally disabled due to a service-related condition, or of veterans who died while on active duty or died as the result of a service-related condition. Benefits may be initiated during high school, only after the 18th birthday. And in some cases, benefits can be initiated earlier for students that have an IEP on file. That's an individualized education plan. Beneficiaries entitled to Dependency and Indemnity Compensation, DIC, may use both DIC and Chapter 35 benefits at the same time. Chapter 35 beneficiaries will receive a monthly stipend up to $1,265 monthly. For those that do have questions about their individual Chapter 35 benefit, the VA Education Hotline is again the best source for information. However, my office is happy to lend assistance, and our contact information will be on our website. The stipends that I previously mentioned are all in amounts that are up to the amount stated. Each one of these stipends is contingent upon the rate of pursuit in training time that a beneficiary participates in. Rate of pursuit is how much a student is participating as compared to whatever is considered full-time for that particular program. Payments will be prorated if the student conducts less than full-time training. For an undergraduate student at college, that's a standard 12-hour course load or its equivalent, such as 6 hours over the summer. For a student at a technology or trade school, training in a program that is primarily theory-based, such as bookkeeping, 18 hours weekly is considered full-time. Alternately, 22 hours weekly is considered full-time in programs that are primarily lab-based. That's going to be programs such as auto mechanics, nursing, paramedic, anything else that is very hands-on. Full-time or more will always pay 100% of what the beneficiary is entitled to. If any period of training includes a partial month of training, the portion of the month that is not spent in training will be prorated. This is most common during the beginning and the end of each semester, because typically school does not start on the first day of the month, nor does it end on the last day. Chapter 33, post 9/11, with its introduction, marked a radical change in how benefits were managed and paid. Post 9/11 includes a wider range of benefits and can be of much greater value to the full-time student than previous benefit types. As a result, more beneficiaries elect to use Chapter 33 post 9/11 benefits than any other chapter of the GI Bill. Post 9/11 is a tiered benefit, with 50% benefit eligibility reached after only 90 days of service and 100% eligibility reached with 3 years of service. The stress of paying tuition and fees is taken off the student, as payments for tuition and fees are dispersed directly to the school under post 9/11. A full-time student eligible for 100% benefit entitlement and taking classes at a state school can count on all of their in-state tuition and fees being paid for by the VA. Students at private schools are subject to a cap, which is currently $25,162.14. The VA can pay only charges that are required for each and every student in a program. Therefore, beneficiaries still need to buy their own football tickets. I skipped a part. Beneficiaries who are not currently on active duty receive a housing stipend that is determined based on the location of their training. Currently, monthly housing stipends for a particular school can be identified on the GI Bill comparison tool. Oklahoma currently has housing rates from approximately $800 to $1,300 per month, again, dependent upon location. Training done only online with no on-site classes at all pays half the national average. And although that sounds like it's not a great deal, half the national average is actually $871 a month. This means online training can be an economical choice for those students that would otherwise need to travel in order to go to school. Much like with other benefits described, post 9/11 housing allowances are prorated based on pursuit. $1,000 of annual funding is provided for books and supplies. College students receive up to $41.67 per credit hour, which totals $125 per 3-hour course. That's the nominal cost of a college textbook in 2006. Students in tech and trade programs receive $83 per month of training. These payments for books and supplies are dispersed in a lump sum at the beginning of the course in order to allow students to make any necessary purchases of books, tools, or other needed supplies. The Marine Gunnery Sergeant John David Fry Scholarship, commonly called the Fry Scholarship, provides Chapter 33 benefits to children and spouses of service members who died in the line of duty after September 11, 2001. For those who qualify, it is a higher value alternative to the previously discussed Chapter 35 benefit. The benefit offered to these beneficiaries is the same post 9/11 benefit offered to service members and to other dependents who have received transferred entitlement. Transfer of entitlement is an incentive program offered to those service members who agree to sign a 4-year extended service contract. Family members receiving transferred benefits must be identified in tiers and must have some amount of benefit transferred to them prior to the service member separating. However, once benefits have been transferred, so long as the service member has Chapter 33 entitlement remaining to them, there is no limit to how much of the benefit can be transferred, how frequently, or even the number of beneficiaries in which can have benefit transferred to them. Most versions of the GI Bill include several additional benefits. Tutoring services up to $100 a month are covered for those whose instructors determine the help is necessary. Beneficiaries who participate in work-study programs on campus, at VA medical centers, or even with us at the SAA to earn an additional untaxed $7.25 per hour, which is included in their regular benefit payment. The work that these beneficiaries do must go to serve veterans and veterans programs. Thus, any work that they do will be high quality, not onerous, and will absolutely work to improve a resume. Certificates and licensure offered through federal, state, or private entities and tests like the MCAT, LSAT, GRE can be reimbursed up to $2,000 using GI Bill benefits at the cost of only 1 month of entitlement and frequently less. The charge will be less for any amount that is less than $2,000, at which point the benefit used will be prorated to match the actual cost. Benefits offered by the VA are augmented by those offered by the schools themselves. Many schools host groups, clubs, and associations, such as the Student Veterans of America. Even more schools provide services like private lounges, special events, preferred enrollment, discounts, and even tuition waivers. COVID-19 has affected all of us to some degree or another. It was recognized early in the pandemic that the VA would need to make some changes. Congress and the VA took action to ensure that veterans' benefits would be protected. Until December 21st, 2021, courses that have changed from in-class training to online training will still pay at the higher in-resident housing rate. Eligible beneficiaries whose schools have closed or who were unable to attend due to COVID-19 have had payments continue to the maximum extent allowable and have had their entitlement restored where applicable. The VA maintains an online COVID-19 FAQ website for both students and schools to help answer any questions about what the VA is doing to help protect beneficiaries. In addition to the regular VA education benefits that can be used in schools, beneficiaries can also use other special programs that extend their training opportunities. The Edith Norse Rogers STEM Scholarship extends the benefits available to students in valuable but challenging STEM programs by up to 9 months. Veterans Technology Education courses, or VETTech programs, provide additional funding similar to post 9/11 benefits. For students participating in fast-paced technology programs that help to start or advance careers in high technology industries. The Veterans Rapid Retraining Assistance Program, VRAP, offers to those people who have exhausted their benefits but lost their job due to COVID-19 an additional year of benefits to pursue studies in high-demand occupations. Veterans Readiness and Employment, formerly known as Vocational Rehabilitation and Employment, VRNE, though technically an employment program, not an education benefit, offers training to those qualified individuals whose service-connected disabilities have created an employment challenge or who would benefit from the retraining. Applying for the GI Bill is easy. The VA has collected and acted upon feedback regarding their application process in order to make it as easy as possible. To apply, simply visit va.gov and follow the link in the application. The system will walk you through all of the steps required. Read all of the instructions carefully and follow each of them. Be sure to submit your application at the end. Having all of your information nearby is helpful to ensure everything goes smoothly. Your social security number, and if you are a spouse or dependent, the social security number of the veteran who is providing the benefits will be necessary. The VA no longer sends paper checks, so banking information is required to set up electronic funds transfers. Finally, the name of the training institution and the program which you will be participating in is necessary. If you don't get that last one quite right, don't worry. My office will probably be calling to help you get it all figured out. All of the information and links for each of the programs described can be found on both ODVA's and the VA's website. In addition, the keywords used on each of the slides will get the Google results that you are looking for. Finally, if you own or represent a school that is interested in GI Bill educational benefits, do not hesitate to reach out to our office for more information. Approval is just a few clicks away. When you reach out to us and apply, we will hold your hand through the entire approval process. We'll tell you exactly what you need. We'll tell you exactly what we're asking for. If something isn't right, we'll help you identify it and we'll help you identify how to fix it. We're an approving agency. That's what we do. Thank you all for taking the time to let me talk. You have a great day.
Well, are there any questions?
Or if there's questions.
A few moments for Q&A, so let's see here. You want to read the question out loud? Are there no questions? Okay. All right. All right, well, thank you, student. Your knowledge of the GI Bill is both impressive and informative. So thanks again for sharing your knowledge with us today. So next we will hear from Lisa Acevedo. Lisa is a government relations professional and a U.S. Navy veteran. After serving 10 years on active duty, she was honorably discharged. Lisa went on to earn a bachelor's degree in political science and a master's degree in public administration, both from the University of Central Oklahoma, my alma mater. She has a background and experience in public higher education, working for members of the U.S. House of Representatives and state agencies in Oklahoma. In her spare time, she serves on the board of directors for the Women's Foundation of Oklahoma and the Oklahoma Women Run Foundation, and is the legislative liaison for the Oklahoma Women Veterans Organization. So Lisa will be up here in about 35 seconds.
Good morning and welcome. You guys have heard from my colleagues, Dr. Montgomery and Mr. Stephen Rudnick, on some background on the different VA education benefits and also how you can use your VA education benefits. I want to talk specifically about the on-the-job training and apprenticeship opportunities that are available for those that are eligible to use their VA education benefits. The on-the-job training and apprenticeship programs have been around for a little while, but they're really not as common or heard of because when people think GI Bill or VA education benefits, they automatically think college, university, trade or tech schools. But there's also an option for those service members that are getting out of active duty or their beneficiaries who want to learn as they earn. So the on-the-job training and apprenticeship programs are VA-approved programs that allow beneficiaries to learn a trade or a skill through training on the job instead of attending formal classroom instruction. The beneficiary enters into a contract for the approved program, and then at the end of their training program, they earn job certification or journeyman status. Beneficiaries in an on-the-job training or apprenticeship program are hired as full-time employees and will usually receive about 50% of the journeyman wage. That's the fully trained wage after that entry level. During the on-the-job training and apprenticeship program, employers must give periodic wage increases throughout their training. And then by the last full month of training, the beneficiary must be earning at least 85% of the wage for a fully trained employee. One thing to note about the periodic wage increases is that it does not apply for training establishments operated by federal, state, or local government entities. So who's eligible for on-the-job training and apprenticeships? Veterans, spouses and children receiving benefits through the Fry Scholarship, spouses and children receiving Survivors and Dependents Education Assistance Program, and spouses and children who were transferred benefits under the post 9/11 GI Bill. What does a beneficiary receive if they're in an approved on-the-job training or apprenticeship program? They receive a monthly tax-free stipend, and those using post 9/11 GI Bill can also receive money for books and supplies up to $83 per month. One thing to note is the amount of the stipend will depend on which type of education benefits are being used for the program. The monthly tax-free stipend is reduced by 20% every 6 months the beneficiary is in the program, as their wages should regularly increase until they have attained that journeyman pay status. So therefore, you receive the stipend at the beginning of the program because you're in that entry level, and then every 6 months of training, that stipend will come down because your pay is going to be increasing. In addition, approved employers can use this benefit as a recruiting tool to attract talent by using their wages plus the stipend that folks will be receiving in an approved program. One thing to note again is that for training establishments operated by federal, state, or local governments, the pay is going to be a little bit different with those wage increases there. To view currently approved programs in Oklahoma, you can go to the GI Bill comparison tool or WEAMS. You can use this by going to the Google search engine and just typing in those words. Once you're there on these different portals, you're able to look at the state and view what is already approved programs in the state of Oklahoma. In addition, you can also do a Google search for VA's on-the-job training and apprenticeship fact sheet. It'll give you a little more detail of exactly what the on-the-job training and apprenticeship programs can do for you. Are you interested in applying for approval for on-the-job training or apprenticeship programs? Those that can apply for approval are government agencies, private businesses, corporations, farmers, ranchers, labor unions, and even auto mechanic shops. This is just a preliminary list. It's not inclusive. If you have specific questions on if your business is eligible to apply for an on-the-job training or apprenticeship program, please don't hesitate to reach out to the state approving agency. We'd be more than happy to work with you and your organization to see if you are eligible for approval. What's required for an approval? The first thing is going to be an application for approval. Then we will need to set up a VA training agreement. In addition to the VA training agreement, the employer will also need to provide a training plan or a DOL approved training standards. They will also need to provide wage and salary information. If your organization does not have a training plan in place, you can feel free to reach out to us. We do work with other state agencies that can help with creating a training plan for your specific organization. If you are interested in applying for approval, you will contact us at odva.saa@odva.ok.gov for more information and an application. And again, the on-the-job training and apprenticeship programs are geared for the employers so that beneficiaries are able to use their benefits while on the job.
Are there any questions? A few more minutes for Q&A. If you have any questions for Lisa, please ask them under the chat feature now. Any questions? Going once, going twice? All right. Well, thank you, Lisa. It's good to know there are some other options available to our veterans for on-the-job training and or apprenticeship programs. Certainly an excellent option for many of our veterans. So thank you again, Lisa. And up next, we have Aaron Ashworth. Aaron is the Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Programs Administrator for ODVA. He was brought onto the team in 2019 to develop the Oklahoma Governor's Challenge. This effort is a collaborative public health approach to reducing suicide among service members, veterans, and their families. Aaron is a licensed professional counselor who previously worked on both the Tulsa and Oklahoma City Mayor's Challenge teams. Aaron has a Master of Divinity a Master of Arts in Counseling, and a Bachelor of Science in Counseling, all from Oral Roberts University in Tulsa. Aaron serves as an Army chaplain for the Oklahoma Army National Guard's 160th Field Artillery Battalion. He is currently a captain with 3 combat tours and over 20 years in service to the Oklahoma National Guard. So I will turn it over to Aaron in about 15 seconds.
Well, hello and good afternoon. It's always good to be the guy that's standing between you and lunch. And so I would like to introduce myself. Thank you, Krista, for the introductions with regards to some of my background and bio. My name is Aaron Ashworth. I'm the Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Programs Administrator for the Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs. I came on board just a couple of years ago with regards to starting the Oklahoma Governor's Challenge, which is going to be the program that we talk about today. For those of you that are veteran service organizations or nonprofits or for-profits that are interested in getting involved in this, after you hear about it, if you're not already, feel free to reach out to me at any time. My contact information will be towards the end of the slide presentation. So the Oklahoma Governor's Challenge is a grassroots public health approach in reducing suicide among service members, veterans, and their families. It's really aimed, it was a SAMHSA/VA program that is in every state at this point. They're a national program that is looking at how can states come together and how can cities come together to build collaborative efforts amongst different service, social service organizations, nonprofits, for-profits, to look at the gaps in mental health and health care for service members, veterans, and their families. What are those things in our communities that we're lacking that allow people to move towards being a high risk of suicide or mental health problems just due to lack of resources or services in an area? So Governor Stitt, when he first got elected, came on board and took the challenge from SAMHSA, started the Oklahoma Governor's Challenge, and brought me on here at ODVA to be able to kind of organize and see what we can do with building a state collaborative effort to be able to reach out into our communities and find out how can we better take care of our veterans, which I think if you've heard anything from these presentations today, that is our goal here at ODVA, is how can we be best practice oriented and how can we use those best practices in order to be able to be the best that we can be in making sure that our state is taking care of our service members, veterans, and their families. We'll talk a little bit today also about a communications campaign. If you see the slide in front of you, we have 3 different campaigns that we're working right now. One is Courage to Connect. This is a service member, veteran, and family-oriented community campaign where we're pushing information out into the different local communities across Oklahoma. Tulsa has a mayor's challenge that that Mayor Bynum signed off on. We had Mayor Holt here in Oklahoma City who signed off on an Oklahoma City mayor's challenge. And we have Mayor Booker in Lawton who signed off on a Lawton mayor's challenge. So we have 3 of our major military cities really focused on fulfilling these gaps. So Courage to Connect is really about getting the information to the service member veteran directly about what resources and services are in their communities and what do they feel like they're lacking that we can maybe provide at the state or local level. The second one is Cultivating Community. Cultivating Community is really aimed towards how do we train and educate the communities on what resources are available. So when a service member or veteran walks into a hospital or any kind of healthcare clinic or into the Veteran Service Organization, whether it be American Legion or VFW or otherwise, do they know what resources are in their community when they may not be able to provide that service themselves? So making sure that the community, in our faith-based community, our employers, all of them are very well-rounded and to know where to send somebody if they're a veteran or a service member and need services for whatever reason. And the last one is Caring for the Courageous. And this is really aimed towards our healthcare and our mental health care providers. This is a campaign that we're trying to push that not only provides education and training, but has a touch point with healthcare and mental health care from the state level down to the local and independent levels of making sure that all healthcare providers and mental health care providers are best practice oriented in the different therapies and the different treatments and different billing processes that are available to them through the VA and through other means. So as we get started today, that kind of gives you a full spectrum of what the Governor's Challenge is. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the different things that we're doing underneath the Governor's Challenge. Start off with a saying by Douglas MacArthur. It says, "The soldier above all others prays for peace, for it is the soldier who must suffer and bear the deepest wounds and scars of war." And again, going back to why the mental health and suicide prevention is important to service members and veterans here in Oklahoma, is because we recognize that the service member, that veteran, really do suffer a lot of times and bear deep wounds, sometimes invisible wounds and scars of war that can be treated sometimes physically, sometimes mentally, but sometimes it's a spiritual journey as well. And being able to address whole person care, holistic care for a service member is vitally important to be able to make sure that they have the resources and services they need to be successful. So a few of the things we're going to talk about today, we've already gone through the introduction. We'll talk a little bit about who we are, what we do, our action plan, the implementation process that we're undergoing right now, and then how you can get involved. So the Oklahoma Governor's Challenge, again, just reiterating, is a collaborative effort, a state collaborative effort and a local collaborative effort to reduce suicide among service members, veterans, and their families. The way we do that is we build a national and state collaboration. And so we work with SAMHSA, the Federal Veterans Affairs, as well as the Department of Defense, and we collaborate back and forth. We have subject matter experts in different categories of social services and different categories of resources and care that come together on a monthly and almost weekly basis to say these are the best practices that we're recognizing, not just here in Oklahoma, but across the country. And as other states and other cities are focused on the mayor's challenges and the governor's challenges, we get to have conversations back and forth between all the different people that are involved and saying, all right, what's working for you? Have you tried this? Have you done that? Like, what's been the best approach that you've seen? What's really connected with that veteran and that service member that's really made a difference in your community? So we get to be able to share back and forth. And then SAMHSA and the VA have really been great about providing not just oversight and technical assistance, but they're really good about, if I have a subject matter expert that I need, and I say, you know what, I really need somebody that can talk to me about how we can go after different grants or how we can do better about making sure our healthcare systems are asking the right questions for service members and what do building codes look like. And they're really good about resourcing the right subject matter experts to come talk to our team about what we can do better and how we can improve. So this is a continuously vetting process that we go through on a weekly and monthly basis to be able to say, you know what, as a governor's challenge and as mayor's challenges, we're really focused in our communities about how to be the best for our veterans and our service members who have given so much to us already. So building those collaborations. And when I say that collaboration, what does that look like? At the governor's challenge level, we're really focused on building partnerships amongst the different departments and agencies that fall underneath the state of Oklahoma. So we work directly with and have partnerships agreements with the State Department of Health, as well as the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services and the Employment Security Commission, and a lot of these different organizations that are involved in making sure that there's employment, there's education, that there's healthcare, and all these things are being addressed, and that we can share information back and forth and data back and forth that allows us to be the best that we can be, to make sure that you, as a service member, veteran, or a service organization, have everything that you need to be successful and be able to be a part of this collaboration as well. Sounds kind of like I'm rambling for a second. So at the state level, our whole goal is to be able to get the state to move one direction with regards to what does it look like to have better healthcare and mental health care services for our service members, and how do we get all the state departments moving one direction? How do we talk the same language? How do we all get on the same train so we're all driving one direction and we can be the best? At the local level, what that collaboration looks like is pulling in all the different nonprofits and veteran service organizations that focus in education, in employment, in lethal means safety, and gun shop owners, and all the different things you can think of that might play into healthcare or the mental health and wellness and well-being of a service member. And we build collaborations around that, and focus groups around that will really bring in subject matter experts locally to say, what are the gaps in our communities and how can we fill those gaps? So we have good representation from different universities. University of Central Oklahoma has been a big part of it. Oklahoma State, OU, OSU, ORU, TU, I think all of them have had some conversations and have been actively involved in the mayor's challenges as well as the governor's challenges. You also have veteran service organizations like Eagle Ops and Community Service Council. You have the American Legion and VFWs that are highly involved. You have the Whitcott Foundation, numerous different nonprofits that have been involved, and veteran services organizations have been involved. And not to leave out the Mental Health Association and many others that have been a part of this collaboration from the very beginning. Why that's important is because it shows that everyone's coming together and we're creating a statewide action plan with specific priorities. So we have four priorities that we're really focused on within the Governor's Challenge. Those four priorities are identifying service member, veteran, and families. Who are they? Who are they in our communities? Do we have a good resource to identifying who they are in our communities? Sometimes National Guard and Reserves, you may not be connected to the VA. And if you're not connected to the VA, how do we identify that service member, veteran, and their family members that are out there in the communities that really have a lot of resources and services that are available to them and may just not know about it? So identifying who they are and then screening for high risk of suicide. Our second priority is promoting connectedness and improving care transitions. What that means is making sure that service members are connected not just to other service members, not just to friends and family, but also to the different services and organizations that are in their community that can really be a help in those times of need. And then improving care transitions. And that's basically how, when you transition from the military to a civilian career, or if you're transitioning out of incarceration back into a civilian life and you've served your country in some kind of way, making sure those care transitions, there's warm handoffs and there's people there with you throughout the way. So a support system and a safety net can be provided in each one of those life transitions that we experience sometimes. There's increased lethal means safety and safety planning. This talks about, when we talk suicide amongst service members, veterans in Oklahoma, we also have to have a conversation, honestly, about firearms. And firearm safety is vital in protecting our service members and veterans from high risk of suicide. And in order for us to be able to do that, we have to have a good relationship with gun shop owners, with lethal means safety training, and being able to get out into the community and talk about firearm safety, safe storage, and then a reduction of firearms, not to take guns away from anybody, but when someone's at high risk, how do we protect those weapons and those use of weapons in those high risk situations? And then lastly, to take a comprehensive approach to suicide prevention. And this is basically, what are the things that we're missing? What kind of things what can we do to really increase the quality of care and the quality of life for every service member in our state? And how do we create those life protective factors that really make a difference in when somebody's having struggles with mental health, suicide prevention, depression, and anxiety? How do we combat post-traumatic stress in a good way that allows people to feel supported and not feel like they're off their hinge and losing grip with reality? So what are the different things that we can do? A comprehensive approach. One of the very first things that I really settled on when I came into this position was making sure that from the Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs, if we were going to be a voice into suicide prevention along with the VA and multiple others, that we had to be best practice oriented ourselves. And one way that you can as an organization, for those of you that are on here that represent organizations, the one thing that you can do to be best practice oriented is become a zero suicide organization. Zero suicide is a national best practice. It's an organization that focuses on making sure that suicides go down to zero. That when we look at data and statistics, we have historical data of about over the last 2 decades, we have a mean average of about 112 suicide deaths per year when it comes to service members, veterans, and their families. My hope and my goal is that we can make that zero. Excuse me. And zero suicide is a model, an organizational model that we can take that really helps us be best practice oriented and really focus on what does it take to get our suicides down to zero amongst our veteran family and community. So I always encourage, if you have not ever checked into zero suicide, please do so, because this is going to be an education piece that we talk about moving forward that is really best practice oriented. What can you do as an organization to make sure that there's zero suicides in your community, in your organization, and in your homes? One of my favorite projects, I teasingly say this is our COVID project, is OK Valor, the Veterans Assistance Locator. Now, this has been a project in the making for probably 2 to 3 years now, amongst conversations that we finally made a realistic opportunity for us this last year during COVID while we were all at home. This was a collaborative effort between the Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs and our friends and partners at the Community Service Council of Tulsa. And we came up with this plan. We realized one of the gaps in Oklahoma that we kept coming across as we traveled across the state in kind of our gap analysis was that people said there's just not one stop. There's nowhere that you can go that you can find the services that are in your area. Like it's just so confusing to navigate sometimes where you need to go or how you find the resources that you really need. So we created this GIS global information system, this mapping system that really allows us to be able to demonstrate kind of what services are in each one of your areas across our state. And if this allows me to, I haven't tried this yet. I didn't tell our team that I was going to click the link. So hopefully you can see this. If not, I'm going to screen share real fast. And give me 2 seconds here. All right. I'm missing my screen share button. Okay, 2 seconds and we'll get there. Sometimes I'm technically inept, so forgive me. Well, I will just tell you about it. And we're going to see if we can get this pulled up for this second. But OKValid, it's a global information system that allows us to really hone in on specific services that are layered into, I think you guys can see that now, they are layered into your communities. So what you see on the right-hand side of this screen is a layers list. This layers list basically talks about sorry, I don't think you can see it still. So we're going to give me 2 seconds here. All right, we're good to go now. So this is OKValid. This is the veteran locator and veteran assistance locator. So what you see here on the right-hand side of the screen are different social services that are are often issues among service members, veterans, their families, and honestly for general population as well. So I'm going to click all these off just real quick so you can kind of see the state of Oklahoma. So let's just say that you're anywhere in Oklahoma and you need all of a sudden you need to find out some employment benefits. You can click on here and it basically shows you everywhere in Oklahoma that you can go with regards to employment benefits. And this is being updated continuously. So these are the things that we know about. They're not all veteran specific. A lot of times this is general population oriented as well. So this is really good for social services. But it gives you basically what options are in your area. So maybe you need childcare, and then you can drop down these screens that say, okay, here's childcare assistance, here's children welfare, here's diaper assistance, here's children's health, and it gives you all the different resources that are in the areas across the state. So there's different layers here: education, employment, food and households, healthcare, housing, legal, veteran support, mental health, ODVA, which is our locations across the state, and then Veteran Health Administration, so the VA and the different VA hospitals and clinics that are across the state. So this is extremely useful for anybody that has that doesn't know what resources in your area. An even better tool, if you come to the left-hand side, is right under here underneath the find address or place. This tool here is the Near Me tool. That Near Me tool allows you to be able to put in your address. And so you can put in or even if you just put in a city. So I live in Broken Arrow. So if I put in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, I can do a radius search around Broken Arrow. And you can put in your home address or whatever, and you can look at the different services that are in your area based off of a radius search. So you can see what's really close to you, how far away, maybe you need some healthcare for whatever reason, and you click on this and you can find out how close is the nearest healthcare facility. So this is a great resource and tool for veteran service organizations as well as the veteran themselves to be able to get on at home and say, okay, these are the different things and different resources that are in my area. And this was one of our projects that we are really proud of and hope that we can continue to develop out. We're adding resources to it every day. And those resources get vetted on a continuous basis, so we know that they're still active and live. So there's no issues regarding that. The great thing about this is once you do find a resource that you need, so maybe you needed education or technical assistance, you can click on the different resources here. It'll pop up and it'll give you direct contact information. It'll give you directions. It'll give you their website, and it'll basically give you a direct contact or person that you can reach out to. So these are really good information. And if it has a one of two up here, it's because that organization may have different services that they offer. So you can click through up here on this border right here that shows you what different services are offered underneath that particular agency or organization. So a great tool for us to be able to use with regards to finding services and resources in our area. So I'm going to go back to my PowerPoint real fast, and then we'll finish out this presentation with some questions here in just a few minutes. So that's OK Valor. Some of the other projects that we're working on outside of that are the VARRP. Let me get to the next slide here. And VARRP is, again, a collaborative effort that's a lot of organizations are involved in. You have Department of Justice, Department of Mental Health, you have Community Service Council, you have ODVA, you have a few different nonprofit organizations and veteran service organizations that are working this particular program right now. But this is the Veterans Avoidance, Recovery, and Redeployment Program. This is basically a mentorship program that is really focused on how do we avoid, as service members, veterans, how do we avoid getting in trouble with the law? So avoidance is a big key, but then if we do get in trouble and we end up being incarcerated for whatever reason, what kind of services are needed for recovery and redeployment back into civilian life? So this is a mentorship program that is set up to go into the different justice systems across Oklahoma to build relationships with prior service members and veterans, and then get them rehabilitated back into a lifestyle and into a community, and understanding that, you know what, once you stood for something, we want you to stand for that again. And how can we become a benefit to society and not let some of our mistakes ruin our life or ruin our thought process about ourselves? But how can we recover that and be able to be successful and find hope and fulfillment in all that we do? So this is a great program, a mentorship program that we're really proud of, that works alongside of the Department of Justice, as well as the different treatment court programs that are here in Oklahoma. Some of the others, we talked a little bit about this, our implementation strategy, and this is a communications campaign strategy that we're using for 2021 and 2022. Courage to Connect, that's a communications campaign directly to the service member or veteran themselves. Cultivating Community is education, training, and messaging, communications campaign to community stakeholders. And then Caring for the Courageous is another communications campaign directed towards healthcare, mental health care, best practice orientation for service member veteran care. One of our great partners and one of our good friends that most of you probably know, if you're connected to the veteran space in any kind of way, is Building Healthy Military Communities. Building Healthy Military Communities has become a strong organization here in Oklahoma that we're very proud of and proud to work with. As the representative, Debbie Rich, has a newsletter that has not just gone out for veteran services and resources here in our state, but has gone out nationwide. This resource has been a huge benefit to us in the veteran community because Building Health BHMC is really focused on the up-to-date information, up-to-date events, things that are going on in the communities around the state, how to get connected to those communities with resources and information. So if you're not attached to this newsletter, this is a newsletter you definitely want to be a part of, because there's so much good, impactful information for veterans and service members and their families. And the whole premise, and you can kind of catch just by their name, the whole premise of BHMC is building healthy military communities. It's really about being in the community and building that community family around us and making sure that families that have served have the resources and things available to them. And it's a great newsletter to be a part of if you haven't already. In the education space, we're working on a project right now that is not finalized 100% just yet, but we've been working with the Oklahoma State University and Project ECHO to create what's going to be called the Project ECHO Veterans Line. And if you're not familiar with Project ECHO, this is a program that allows for education and training through telehealth and Zoom type of meetings where we can reach out to the rural areas and really do a lot of good training and education with rural healthcare and mental health care providers. This gives us if we do get this veterans line up and running, we'll be able to speak specific to the different services, resources, claims, benefits, billing situations, VA benefits, and things that are really important to healthcare and mental health care for veterans across the state. And this is just one means of being able to get our state all on one board. So if you remember me talking about the Governor's Challenge, really focusing on building that collaborative effort, using Project ECHO as a means for us to be able to talk about veteran services and veteran benefits really gives us a reach that we didn't have before without having to travel in a vehicle from place to place. We can talk about veteran services all in one place and really do some good education and training. So the way these programs are set up is it's about 30 minutes of subject matter expert. Then we have case reviews of different cases for different veteran service organizations that they're facing or different situations that veterans are facing across the state. We can speak into those and how some of the best practices into that. And then we have a Q&A session after that to talk about what are some different options and different resources that are available to healthcare and mental health care providers across the state. Some of the things that we'll be training on, and these are all suicide prevention oriented. This is a Living Works Start. It's a suicide prevention 101. Basically, how do you start the conversation about suicide prevention in your organization or in your life with the different family members and friends that you may come across that struggle with depression. Talk Saves Lives is a partnership with us and ODMH, SAS, the Oklahoma Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services. Again, this is a preliminary suicide prevention training along with QPR, which is provided both by the state and the Mental Health Association. Assist, we move from prevention to intervention. So Assist is applied suicide intervention skills training, and then Zero Suicide, which we already talked about. So these are just some of the services for those of you that are providers or healthcare providers, mental health care providers, or just lay leaders in the community that want good suicide prevention training. Feel free to reach out to us anytime because we can connect you to any of these different services and to any of these different training opportunities and be able to plug you in underneath the umbrella of the Governor's Challenge and the community work that we're trying to provide good suicide prevention and intervention skills training to our communities. So how do you get involved? This is my information here. You can reach out to me at my email with the Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs. That's also my cell phone number. So if you need any information, any additional information, or you're interested in anything that we spoke about today, please feel free to reach out. I'm probably the most open book that you'll ever find when it comes to having those opportunities just to be able to connect and try to resource you back to whatever services or whatever resources or training that you need. So I'm going to end with that slide, and I'm going to move it over to some questions for just a second. And if you don't have any questions, you guys will be free to go to lunch. I don't want to stand between you and food. It's always an irritable place to be. So I'm going to answer whatever questions come up real quick. Let's see here. I don't know where we left off. So education benefits. How do I add veterans upward bound resources to the Valor map? So Mr. Reynolds, how do you add veterans upward bound resources to the Valor map? Just email me all the information. If you get on Valor, look at kind of see the things that are needed are going to be individual contact information, organizational information, direct phone number, direct email, and then kind of a snippet of what you do, what services you offer, and we can just get you plugged in. We have a gentleman that's working with us that is adding all those in for us on a daily basis. So send me your information, and then we can get you a form to fill out, or just send it to me in a direct email, and we'll get you plugged in. Another question is, can you post the website to here so we can tag it in our saved tags? Thanks. So I don't have the means to do that just right now, but if you send me an email, I will send it to you directly. So that's an open site for anybody. If you send me an email at that aaronashworth@odba.ok.gov, I will send you an email back with that direct link, and then you guys can have that at your disposal anytime that you need to use it. All right, well, if there's any other questions, I'll give it just a few seconds to see if there's any other questions that I can help with. But we're excited about the work that we're doing with the Oklahoma Governor's Challenge in the Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Department here at ODVA. If there's any other questions, feel free to reach out anytime. Appreciate your time today. Have a happy lunch.
All right, well, thank you, Aaron. It's so very important to be aware of and address the mental health issues and concerns of our military veterans. So what a great resource and program this is for our veterans. And thank you again for that information, Aaron. So this concludes this portion of the virtual symposium. We will now take a 1-hour break for lunch, but please join us again at 1:00 p.m. for the Joint Services Officer Training Symposium. Again, thank you so much for being here today, and we look forward to seeing you again at 1:00. Enjoy your lunch.
Good morning or afternoon, I guess.
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, so whenever we get ready, raise your hand again so it'll pop up. Click that real fast for me.
Hey, you're live.
Yes, I know.
Okay, it pops back up. So whenever I get done, it'll be very short introduction and overview, and then I'll unmute you.
Okay,
And then I'll be your button pusher. I can't see you at all, so you'll have to just say slide, okay?
okay.
We're gonna mute again because we're live.
Yeah, we're gonna mute you here, and then we'll come back on and unmute you again.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Heather.
Everyone, thank you for joining us again this afternoon. I hope everyone had a nice lunch break. So let's get started with our next presenter, Jackie Whitten. Jackie currently serves as a State Claims and Benefits Manager for ODBA, where he is responsible for directing Oklahoma Veterans Benefits programs and activities in conjunction with the Federal Veterans Benefits Administration, various veteran services organizations, military services, and members of the state legislature and U.S. Congress. Jackie also ensures compliance with state and federal laws, as well as policies and procedures related to veterans benefits. Prior to his career with ODBA, Jackie served in the United States Air Force from 1989 to 2010, where he was a medic, paramedic, and independent duty medic. Jackie was deployed in the Persian Gulf War and then again multiple times in Operations Iraqi and Enduring Freedom. He retired as a Master Sergeant in 2010. Jackie holds a Bachelor of Science in Healthcare Management with a minor in Emergency Management. Welcome, Jackie, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody for returning that were part of the Governor's Symposium, and those just coming in at 1 o'clock for the JSOTS. I appreciate y'all's attendance. I won't take much of your time, but I just want to say we will have another full JSOTS this year with everything going back, hopefully opening up. And we're ready to see everybody's face. But at this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Heather McKibben. She is from the regional office in Muskogee. She is a supervisor coach in that area, and she will be covering our first subject, which is going to be our Blue Water veterans. So in just a second, I'll have Heather come on and she can take over. All right, Heather, it's all yours.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. As Jackie mentioned, my name is Heather McKibben. I am the coach of the public contact team here in the Muskogee Regional Office. And Jackie, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm supposed to, okay, there it is. I was going to say, am I supposed to put up my own, share my screen? Sorry. Okay, so today we're going to cover Blue Water Navy. And most of you have already heard the Blue Water Navy Act includes for Agent Orange into the Navy. So the Blue Water Navy Act started in 2019. It expanded the presumption of herbicide exposure to 12 nautical miles from the coastline of Vietnam and Cambodia. So Yankee Station will not be included. Most people see that there, but Yankee Station is not within 12 nautical miles. We have dedicated stations for the VA that rate the Blue Water Navy. There's 8 of them currently. They have a program where they can plug any dates and ships into their program, and it will let us know if at any time during those dates the ship crossed into the line for within 12 nautical miles. Next slide, please. So again, as you can see, the Gulf of Tonkin is right, up there in the top left. Yankee Station is in the Gulf of Tonkin. It does not go within 12 nautical miles again, but anything within 12 nautical miles, of course, still brown water, which is in the inland waterways, and boots to ground Vietnam constitute presumption of exposure to Agent Orange. Next slide, please. Okay, so Vietnam era, February 28th, 1961 through May, I think it's May 5th of 1975. I could be wrong, but I'll have to get back to you on that. However, we do not acknowledge using or making herbicides until January 9th of 1962. It's boots to ground has always been, well, since we started Agent Orange presumptions, it was boots to ground. There was no time limit of how long you had to have boots to ground. We then opened it up to the inland waterways, and now, of course, Blue Water Navy. We've got some other possibilities of exposure as well, which we'll go over in a little while. Your MOS or the veteran's MOS doesn't really come into play if we're talking about Vietnam or within 12 nautical miles. Some of the other places, again, MOSs can come into consideration. So any vessel that was within those 12 nautical miles, we are going to presume that the veteran was exposed to Agent Orange or a herbicide that can cause any of the presumptive conditions. Next slide, please. Of course, the presumptive conditions did not change for the most part. We do have some additions there, which we'll get to also momentarily. However, ALS, chloracnine, diabetes, Hodgkin's disease, ischemic heart disease or CAD, coronary artery disease, the leukemias, the multiple myeloma, non-Hodgkin's disease, Parkinson's, peripheral neuropathy, prostate cancer, respiratory cancers, and soft tissue carcinoma are among the top. There are additional ones in there. We have recently added bladder cancer, hypothyroidism, and Parkinson-like symptoms. And it's pretty significant to acknowledge that because we have been denying Parkinsonisms and Parkinson's-like symptoms for a long time. They usually wind up with a diagnosis eventually, but they have lost years of entitlement, which with the Blue Water Navy and then the addition of this, we're trying to rectify that situation. So these three have been added. I do not actually know that any of them have been promulgated, the decisions on these three new ones as of yet. They are reviewing them and adding them. They have a special issue attached to the claim. And again, they're being handled at one of the 8 Agent Orange stations or Blue Water Navy stations, as we're calling them, for these for the conceding of the Agent Orange exposure and these diagnoses. Next slide. Okay, so we went into the DMZ in Korea. The unit had to be determined by VA. It has to be on the Korean DMZ. They had been between September 1st, 1967 and August 31st, 1971. MOS will come into play if we're trying to get a Agent Orange presumptive condition related to the DMZ. So we're looking for somebody that was walking the perimeter or had job duties that would keep them on the perimeter and or right in the DMZ. So military police, and then there are some other ones that we can consider are usually pretty easy cases. I have seen ones argued and won for other reasons that maybe their MOS did not take them there, but that's probably not going to be a local determination. That probably would have to be appealed, as BVA has slightly more laxed rules when it comes to these things than the regional offices do. But again, DMZ, just those dates. Thailand, again, I cannot pronounce the names of these bases for the most part, so I'm not going to try. But the Royal Thai Air Force bases that we have served on, for these ones, we're going to need an MOS of security patrol, and airbase perimeters. So not necessarily working on the flight line, not necessarily working with the planes itself, but we can have, if we can argue how you were near the perimeter because they have conceded Agent Orange being used, but only on the perimeter of the base to keep the growth back, then again, this would work out depending on the argument if you weren't in one of those MOSs. Next slide. Johnston Island. Okay, so Johnston Island, we stored our Agent Orange 1972 and 1977. It was apparently incinerated at some point. There's 1.5 million gallons of Agent Orange stored in Johnston Island. And so there we have it right there. We have conceded for Johnston Island. There are some other places as well. I believe that's the next slide. Yeah, other locations. Okay, so I have seen we conceding Agent Orange exposure down in Alabama. We apparently stored some down there at one point. There was a hurricane, some of it got washed out into the Gulf. Though it's rare, there is a place in upstate New York. There are a lot of places that it said that it was stored. However, for it to have been stored and we to claim Agent Orange exposure, there has to be a report of it leaking and or a failure of the storage device. Very few have seen it. I've seen a lot of claims for Fort Chaffee, Arkansas. However, I personally have not seen one of those granted as of yet. So if they're putting forth that they were exposed to Agent Orange stateside, again, most likely we're going to need a lot more information. It's going to require a lot of digging, and most likely to go into the appeal status to get that granted, because again, BVA has a little bit broader interpretation of the law than the regional offices allowed. And next slide. Okay, so again, central processing for the Agent Orange claims. So herbicide claims, they're all going to be done at one of the 8 stations. The qualifying service means you had to have served in one of the qualifying zones, inland waterways, in country, 12 miles or within 12 nautical miles. This sole jurisdiction of centralized processing teams. That's important to note because previous to the Blue Water Navy Act, any rater in any station could review records and determine whether someone was exposed to Agent Orange. However, as I have learned recently, that's no longer the case. Because we had a case where the veteran had Vietnam service documented on his DD-214s and his date in Vietnam. That seems pretty cut and dry on who, we can concede Agent Orange. And if we're claiming a presumptive, it should be able to be granted. However, the new law states, this public law 11623 states that it has to be completed at one of our 8 Blue Water Navy stations. They have to review that DD-214 and upload a memo saying that we can concede Agent Orange exposure. It then can follow through with the rest of the rating process. So no station outside of the 8 that do Blue Water Navy can concede Agent Orange exposure, even if it was boots to ground, and it's documented undisputably in their STRs, personnel records, or DD-214. If we have previously conceded Agent Orange exposure, they're already service connected for diabetes, and they're filing an increase or filing a new condition, that the concession that we previously did stands. So we don't have to go back to those Blue Water Navy stations. If this is a first time Agent Orange presumptive claim, it then has to go through one of those 8 stations first. And so again, the rating and the authorization of all these claims, this should also state for all new Agent Orange claims, not somebody that we've already conceded again. They're creating specialized team of the subject matter experts at the records research team. That again is the ship list that we previously all looked at, is now basically in a online tool that they're able to enter dates and the ship name, and we can basically get a yes or a no pop up on the screen that lets us know if it was in 12 nautical miles, lets us know if it went ashore, lets us know if they went into groundwater. So those Navy personnel, Marines that were aboard a ship that were within those 12 nautical miles will now be able to get their presumptive condition service connected. But again, it has to be done by the records research team, has to be done at one of the Blue Water Navy sites. And once we've made the concession that they've been exposed to Agent Orange, any claim thereafter can be rated and developed at any of our regional offices. But for that first time, it's going to have to go through one of those sites. Next slide, please. So when we're talking about NEMA reviews and Blue Water Navy, so NEMA obviously was the first Agent Orange court case that determined that we have a list of presumptive conditions. We have diabetes and all of those. And NEMA stated that if you had previously been denied any one of the conditions we're now conceding, we can go back to your original date of claim for the grant. So even if it was 30 years previously, as long as you had made a claim, we'll go back to that date for the most part. So Blue Water Navy is conducting basically what we would call a NEMA review. It's called the Blue Water Navy review, but it follows the same rules and criteria. For that to happen, you had to have been previously denied a presumptive condition. At that time, we had to be able to prove that you had a diagnosis of record. So that means you provided, or the veteran provided, a medical documentation showing a diagnosis of diabetes in 1995, and we denied that condition. We will then, when we are able to grant service connection, we are granting based on the evidence of record at the time of the original decision. So if no examination was completed, but we have a diagnosis, and that is all we have to go on, the minimum evaluations will be assigned, and then it can be staged from there, depending on what the medical records show. So as your coronary artery disease increased in severity and we have more and more medical records, you can potentially go from a 10% way back when to a 30, to a 50, to a 70, to whatever it's worth at that moment. So the requirements of that, again, were that you have a diagnosis and were previously denied. The claim was made before the law change. So for diabetes, that means it was done before 2002. For coronary artery disease, it means it was done before August of 2010. For Blue Water Navy, it means it was done before January of 2019. And that, so the conditions were added. Blue Water Navy opens it up to those within 12 nautical miles. If they filed a claim for diabetes before 2002, the potential is there for us to have that retroactive check. If they had never filed a claim previously, then it's going to be date of claim. It does not mean that every veteran is going to get a retroactive check back to 2001. It depends on the evidence of record at the time the original decisions were made. So again, that means that we've submitted all those medical records and not currently submitting, they were already there. And then, of course, we can take into consideration lib law. And lib law is the liberating law that changes how we ruled things. So NEMR was a lib law. And so if you filed your claim within 1 year of the change of law, and we can prove that you had a diagnosis before the law change, we can take your date of claim or your effective date to 1 year before the law change. So in August of 2010, we added coronary artery disease. If the veteran came in 2011 and filed that claim for coronary artery disease and can show us medical records showing a diagnosis from prior to August of 2010, well, before August of 2009, we can take it back to 1 year before that law change. Next slide, please. So I left probably a really good amount of time here for questions because I feel like there's going to be a lot as it's such a broad topic. So I don't know where the questions are, so someone's going to have to read them to me or tell me how to get to them.
Heather,
Yes, sir.
there are no questions.
There are no questions on Blue Water
I
Navy.
could have a question for you maybe.
Okay.
If someone's filed for, let's say, a condition that was under the normal Agent Orange, but now since Blue Water has now expanded that, do they file a regular 526 or does this fall under the new appeals process where you have to use a 995 or a 996 to file, even though it's a new claim per se because of the law, but he's already filed them and denied in the past?
It will, if the actual diagnosis has ever previously been denied, it has to go on an 0995. The difference would be that instead of submitting new evidence with the 0995, the actual law changes the new evidence. So no new evidence would have to be submitted because the law has changed. So the supplemental claim should be examined at that point because of the change in law.
And could you, just talking about appeals, could you kind of give
I absolutely can.
just kind of like
So
what?
as of Friday, tomorrow, the appeals team in Muskogee is no longer in existence. We have closed the appeals team in Muskogee, the legacy appeals, excuse me. So all of those old appeals have, all of our remands are completed that we've received thus far. There will be some tricklers that come in that BVA has not gotten to yet that we will adjudicate still. But as of right now, Muskogee Regional Office no longer has an appeal team as of 5 p.m. tomorrow. So I have the appeals, the BVA site up right at the moment. And it looks like so far, we are on track for FY21 to complete 52,981 appeals, which is, looks like a little bit less than what was in FY20, which was 54,000. So they're getting through them. The appeal, so with the Appeals Modernization Act, which was in February of 2019, they changed, we took those lanes that we were calling them previously and we rearranged things a little bit. So veteran can file a new claim or an increase on a VA Form 526EZ. Currently, it's the September 2019 version. But that's for any new claim, something they've never claimed before. It doesn't have to be an original claim, just any new claim. Or any increases can go on a 526. If the claim has ever been denied at any point in time, it then has to move on to some sort of appeal, supplemental, or higher level review claim. So for a supplemental claim, that's any claim that's ever been denied, even if it was 40, 50, 60 years ago, would then go on the VA Form 0995. With a supplemental claim, there is no time limit to how long ago someone filed or was denied for when they have to, when they can, what we used to call a reopen. The difference is the 0995 requires you to submit new and material or new and relevant evidence to be established. That new and relevant evidence can be current treatment records. It can be a change in law. It can be that you were previously denied because you failed to report to an exam and you're now willing to report to an exam. So a simple statement that you're now willing to report is your new and relevant evidence. Effective dates with supplemental claims become tricky because it depends on how long ago you were denied and what the evidence is telling us. If you file a supplemental claim with new evidence, even if your claim was denied within the last year and the new evidence is the reason we are granting it, it's going to go by the date we received that evidence, because that evidence is what is granting it. If it's, there are times where the new and relevant evidence can still take you back to the date of your original date of claim. But with a supplemental, you're not necessarily securing an effective date. What you're saying is I have new evidence to submit that I want the VA to look at and make a new decision. There is also the higher level review option. The higher level review gets filed on the own. Is the form that the veteran has to file within 1 year of being denied or the decision they're not satisfied with. And with that, you do not submit any new evidence. That goes just to somebody else above the rater that rated the case. Most likely it will be a DRO to review the entire decision and all evidence that was used in the previous decision. So nothing new is being added to the claim for the new decision. It's just somebody else to look at it. That DRO can make the decision that a new exam is needed and then go from there, but that's not something the veteran would submit on their own. And then, of course, you can still file to the Board of Veterans Appeals directly at this point. So that's on a 10182. And on that form, that was very similar to what we used to call the VA Form 9. You're appealing to the Board of Veterans Appeals. You can make the selection of doing a hearing, in-person, virtual, or no hearing. And that will dictate how long that's going to take. So I've seen them going somewhat quicker through the BVA if there's no hearing request with it. Now, some veterans absolutely would benefit from having a hearing. And so I would never tell a veteran not to request a hearing because sometimes their testimony is what seals the deal and changes the decision. But without a hearing, it will go quicker. There is just still a backlog in hearings.
So Heather, I have another question that didn't come in, but just a question on the Agent Orange side of it.
Mm-hmm.
We get a lot of people that necessarily didn't work on the flight line or they didn't work security forces and stuff like that, but they still cross that perimeter fence, but their MOS doesn't identify. And they have trouble getting appealed. And then they pass away, and then you have spouses coming in and applying saying that, he has all the symptoms of Agent Orange or herbicide exposure, the diabetes or heart issues, and like multiple things that kind of fall in line. How do you suggest when they're putting together and then out in the field these veterans or their veterans family trying to gather data to prove that he's somehow come in contact with this herbicide, especially like in Thailand. How do you
Right.
gather enough evidence to actually show that, there was a chance that he had to cross the, if he was a photographer and he did a lot of aircraft flying to take pictures, reconnaissance style, but he was landing in places in Vietnam and Thailand and everywhere else and moving back and forth across the base. How do you prove, because his MOS for sure doesn't say he was anywhere out there in the woods or in the jungle? How do you
Absolutely.
find that?
I think at that point, I think the best way to go about it, the easiest way to go about it, is lay statements on that one. And this is it's a far thought out idea here, but if they can be in contact with anybody they served with, that's going to be one of the times that lay statements actually make a difference. And it's not going to make a difference at the regional office level, because again, the hands are tied with the interpretation of the law at the regional office level. But at the board level, lay statements make a difference. That's probably about the only time, in my opinion, that for the most part, lay statements make a difference. If that's not a possibility, in your example of photographer, if there's any way to find the published photographs that were taken, and just to show those would be, again, a BVA grant, in my opinion, on those ones. It becomes really difficult on the regional office level to stray outside of the regional office's interpretation of the law. So a lot of those ones are better or more easily granted at the board level. But I would definitely be collecting lay statements, letters that were written home during that time, if they're saved, any photographs that are available, a detailed statement of what they did, like the veteran's own statement, in any way that we can confirm that. There are some pretty awesome deck logs or unit morning reports out there. And if we can get our hands on those, on what was happening, hopefully we can find something. As anybody that's been doing this for 5 minutes or more knows, deck logs and morning reports and unit site, indications of what they did are lacking and or missing for most of that time frame. And chances veterans are still in contact with people they served with start to dwindle. And so I know that's a hard road to go down. But anything we can come up with, if there's an online tool that shows the tracking of that unit that we can find, anything in that's the time to put in those pieces of evidence that we would normally say, it's probably not going to help you. Like that we would tell normal veterans on the, when somebody's claiming sleep apnea and they want to submit, their reports from, the guy that slept next to him. Most likely, unless there's a diagnosis, we're not going to be able to concede that. But when it comes to trying to expose Agent Orange, because it's common knowledge that not everything was reported and documented, though, that's the time that those pieces of evidence would definitely come into play.
So following up on that one, we had a couple questions that actually popped in. One, on the Agent Orange, somebody was wondering, would we as VSOs at some point get access to that computer-based blue water tracking tool that the VA has? It's like, on the computer, you can actually see like the GPS location.
I hope so. I would like to have access to that tracking tool. I have seen a demonstration online of the tool, but I don't even have access to it. So I'm not sure. I know that the 8 stations and the teams on those stations that use it have access to it. Obviously, I would imagine as they complete the tool, that it will become more widespread and open to more certifications to be allowed to use it. And I'm pretty sure that the reason it's not completely open to everybody is one, I think the system gets slowed down by too many users, and also it's a work in progress list. As we get morning reports and more efficient deck logs and start tracking, it's through veteran claims that we're tracking these ships and where they went. So as they get the ships on there and those dates on there where they were at, that it builds this list at all times. So hopefully is my answer.
Yeah, I have two.
That's the best I got for you.
Yeah, I got another one for you, actually, a couple of them. So the
Okay.
995s and the 996s, so the supplemental and the HLRs, when it came out, it said there's like 120-day turnaround or less. Since
Correct.
COVID last year in 2020,
complete
What are we
slowdown.
looking at now with these 995s and 996s, or more so the 995s, for these supplementals where they're wanting to send new exams out and still got people that they're still trying to catch up with the contract exam?
Correct. So the answer to that question is going to be depends on where the veteran lives and whether they need an exam. So the 0995s, if the veteran lives in a fairly rural area and can get a contract exam, also depends on the claim. Respiratory exams are almost impossible to get currently because of COVID. I think they just opened respiratory, like unrestricted respiratory exams up in January. And there's a backlog, of course, of those exams. But if they live at some place that can get a contract exam completed, and we've opened the VAMCs back up to doing exams as of, I believe it was Monday. So VAMCs are being used as well for exams at this point to clear this backlog. An 0995 in those situations should still get it done currently in under 120 days. Is that always going to happen? No. The further away from civilization they live and the more respiratory conditions and specialized testing respiratory wise, the longer it's going to take. With an 0996, they have to be completed at the D-Rock. So we've got Seattle or St. Pete. And that requires a DRO, and they only have so many. So I'm thinking the 0996s, depending on the amount of development needed, are running somewhere between 120 and 180 days on average. Obviously, everyone doesn't fall into that category, but they're slowly getting back down. That's slowly coming back around. So I see 0995s getting back into under 120 days, I would say by midsummer. And the 0996s, I think they'll get to around 120 days, probably by the end of the fiscal year. So October-ish is probably when they'll be back in that site.
The next question was on the 10182. So if we submit a 10182 and they want to do it in person versus do a video versus doing a traveling, what time frames are these veterans looking at when we submit it this way?
So BVA is not even doing in-person hearings right now. I don't believe I've even received a schedule for travel board hearings. So everything's being done virtually currently. And let me see if I can give you an exact time frame on that, because I want to say that it's about 18 months wait currently. And does that mean that they're all going to go within that time frame? No. So we've held over 13,000 virtual hearings this year. And it looks like they have 111,000 claims or appeals pending for hearing requests currently. So if they're only doing, I think they said they did 50,000 100,000 decisions were issued to veterans by the board in 2020. We've got 111,000 in the backlog waiting for hearings, at least a year, maybe two, before you can get a hearing.
Okay, so we should be as service officers pushing them to necessarily go with the.
I mean, I would, if it's possible, I would do, a higher level review, because you're still with a higher level review, you're still securing that effective date, the original date of claim. So if you're within a year of that decision, I would be trying to do an HLR first. Because if there's a mistake, if it's difference of opinion, something like that can be cleared up on those higher level reviews. If the higher level review doesn't work out, we still have that option to go to the board, and it still secures that same effective date. Okay. It's when we open up to those supplementals and we add evidence that we might lose that effective date. Although, if the veteran, I have talked to veterans about this. If the veteran is in financial hardship and needs money now, and they've got, they've been denied PTSD, and because they didn't go to the exam, and for whatever reason didn't show up to a second one, so the HLR was denied, I would have them file a supplemental claim with the current diagnosis, get that new exam and get it done. And then when the effective date comes back to the new date of claim, have them appeal the effective date. Because then they have at least have that opportunity to be getting paid now while they're waiting to see if they can get it to go back further. You know, that may not be the best example, but I have recommended that to people when you know they were in dire need of income at that point. And that's always an option, is to appeal the effective date rather than, you know, and that way the veteran's getting paid now. Again, each case is different. So I want to stress that that's not a rule of thumb for every veteran to do it that way. It's not what some veterans need, but I have used that. We have done that before, and it worked out for the veteran because it took a little while, but the effective date appeal was granted and it worked out and they were getting paid in the meantime. So depending on the situation, that may be a route you may want to look at.
So last up here, and then I know we went through this, and what are you seeing at the VA just on regular claims that are getting stuff kicked back, or it looks like, you know, more, should be more developed first? I mean, things that y'all are seeing up in that area that would help as we're listening to kind of go that aha moment in a way of, oh, I should have done that when I filed the claim.
0995s. We're submitting new medical evidence or current treatment records, and they're just going to be denied. I think that in 0995, depending on the situation, needs a 4138 with it. Explain why you think this should be granted now. Like, you know, the veteran's left knee was denied in 1985 for whatever reason, not well grounded back then, probably. And he, you know, he opens it up again and it's denied for no continuity. Well, instead of sending me more medical records that are current, because that's not necessarily new and relevant, send a 4138 saying that my left knee hurt, but you know, my job in the factory didn't allow me to take off and go to the doctor every day, but it didn't stop it from hurting. And now I'm claiming that's secondary to my right knee anyway. Explain the veteran's feeling on why it should be service connected. And I think that clears up and changes a lot of the development on our end when it comes time, because it's not always clear what the veteran's doing. And just because they have a current diagnosis, while that may be new and relevant, it's not necessarily going to change the reason for denial. You know, if the denial was no continuity, unless you send in new records from the years in between, it doesn't actually change the diagnosis. It doesn't change the outcome. So I think that a 4138 by all means is pretty important with an 0995. I try to always write one. And I usually, when the veterans are in here, I write it with them, just have them sign it. So, you know, as they're sitting there, and it can be a couple of sentences, you know, I was denied for my left knee in 1988 due to not well grounded, and then recently for no continuity. However, my left knee is hurt this entire time. I've over the counter medicated, and my job didn't allow me to go there. So it kind of connects the dots, and that statement alone can be what overturns that decision or changes that decision. I shouldn't say overturns, it changes the outcome of that. So I think that would probably be the number one thing that we're missing on our end. And then current diagnoses. You know, we are required to help the veteran get a diagnosis if that's it. But that means the veteran had to claim symptoms. We expect that we can concede that the veteran knows what he's feeling, but not a doctor. So if the veteran claims left knee arthritis and goes to the exam and the x-ray doesn't show arthritis, well, that's not, so he doesn't have that. But if the veteran claimed, you know, left knee pain, then any diagnosis that falls under that would be good. So if they have a current diagnosis, if they have current MRIs, anything medical wise is going to help. We, as everybody should know by now, recently opened up the public facing DBQs again. I am 100% of a fan of a veteran going to get their own DBQ, because that shows, you know, a lot of it is from their treating physician, which should be considered more heavily in some situations. Now, does that mean that we're only going to accept that and we're not going to set up an exam? Absolutely not, because there are times where we're going to need a further review of the file for that opinion. But if that back exam shows from his private doctor shows a 40 with 20% for each leg for radiculopathy, and the VA contract exam only shows a 10%, well, the contract exam and that have to be weighed against each other. And if they're, if it's the treating physician, if it's an orthopedic doctor that, the veteran turns in, then that should be given more weight. And if that is not what happens in the end of that case, I would be filing a higher level review and asking somebody to look at that. Jackie had one a few months ago where we were sending the veteran for, I believe it was a knee condition, to an OBGYN, which is fine. I'm sure the OBGYN can look at somebody's knee and tell us what's wrong, but we can't give the OBGYN more weight than an orthopedic treating physician, and that needs to be corrected.
So I have another question.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, let me pull down a little bit here. Does the person conducting the higher level review have the ability to grant without a nexus letter? I keep getting veterans requesting their HLR route without nexus letter, and the VA is asking for.
If it is for service connection and the veteran has been out for more than a year and it is not a presumptive condition, the law states we have to have an opinion. Does that have to be a letter? No. Can it be a blurb on the DBQ where someone indicates that they reviewed, the veteran's service records to some extent and medical history and acknowledges and gives us a plausible rationale for why they're making their opinion? That's fine. So a nexus letter only needs to be someone that indicates that they have some knowledge of the veteran's military career. It can be just knowing that the veteran has an MOS of whatever and what the duties of that MOS entail, and that currently he has this amount of hearing loss. And then the doctor acknowledging that the two, that MOS could have caused this. That part's fine. Now, of course, hearing, that was probably a bad example because audio and PTSD have to be done by a VA examiner for initial service connection. But same thing, if that was the knee. So we can't grant service connection if the veteran has been out for more than a year or it's not a presumptive condition without an opinion. Has to have an opinion. So it doesn't matter whether it's an HLR, a supplemental, a new claim, or BVA. Everybody's going to require a medical practitioner to say that the current diagnosis is related to this event, this condition, this whatever in service. So that has to be there. Review.
And the last question that I have on the board here is on 4138s and HLRs. Can you submit a 4138 with an HLR as a clarification statement or kind of guide them to where something is in the records?
Yes. It can't be necessarily new evidence, but the veteran has the ability to write a statement on their behalf. So we have all you're saying, if the veteran was denied because there's no evidence of a left knee disability in service, and the veteran says, I've looked at my STRs, and if you look at the date on January 1st, 2001, you'll see that I, fell and broke my patella, whatever the case is. As long as it's not technically new evidence, the veteran can't say in that letter, I'm now claiming that left knee due to my right knee. Or, if you go and get these new records from Dr. So-and-so, then it will change this. So as long as it's not identifying new evidence or changing the claim itself, a statement is fine. So we can't be able to consider it new and relevant evidence for an HLR. But clarifying what was happening, or that you note that there's something that was, in STRs that we should already have that aren't there, that's not, that's something that we should have noted in the beginning. So that would be fine.
I have one more possible question. We're reaching out, trying to put him through the chat instead.
Can you file an HLR within 60 days?
So another question somebody had was, can you file an HLR within 60 days from the 526 denial? So I think that would be more from the denial date. And that's,
so if we're talking about that you filed a 526 EZ and the claim has been developed and then denied, and you have a notification letter, and you're talking about within 60 days of that notification letter, absolutely. If the 526 was denied, saying that it was not a complete claim, or we sent you a request for application letter, then the claim's never actually been denied, so an HLR wouldn't go in there. So I've seen both sides of this, where we get a 526 and the veteran fails to put a disability in or didn't sign the 526. And we send a letter saying, we're not opening your claim because this is an incomplete application. You have 60 days to return this to us and we'll reopen your claim with the original date. So if that's what we're talking about, that's not a higher level review claim, because we've never denied anything. We've denied opening the claim for some reason. But if you actually have a rating decision and notification letter stating we have denied service connection for, then yes, within 60 days of that, you can file an HLR. You can file an HLR the same day you get that notification letter.
Okay, we have a couple more that these rolling in now with the DBQ and some other stuff. So I have one right here, and then we have one more. Is after you mentioned that the DBQs weren't accepted over other evaluations, the question is, in what terms are the DBQs being accepted then?
They are absolutely back to what we did previously. So at some point, I believe it was last summer, we turned off public facing DBQs. So we did not, you weren't able to go on and print them out and take them to your doctor and have them completed and submit them. There was an IG investigation happening to look at people that were charging veterans for completion of those forms and so forth. So the investigation is complete. I do not know the outcome. That's above my pay grade. However, we have reopened it because it felt like it was detrimental to the veteran. So we would accept the DBQs in that time we took them offline as evidence or medical records, but we would not rate off of them. But as of about, was it 2-3 weeks ago, we are now accepting them full back. So if a veteran is filing a claim, unless it is for service connection for PTSD or service connection for audio, we don't necessarily have to schedule an exam if they turn in a DBQ. Now, there are going to be obviously loopholes to that if the DBQ is not complete. And so a lot of times you think that the doctor has completed the DBQ, but with all the pain and the pain on motion and range of motions and pain, repetitive motion and then flare-ups and then the statements needed, if they're not a normal contracting VA doctor, they wouldn't know to add those statements. So if they're not in there, we're still going to have to request an exam. So if an opinion is needed, most VA contractors will not give us an opinion if they have not seen the veteran. If they saw the veteran 2 years ago, they were going to require a new one. So if we need an opinion for that, we may still order an exam. If the veteran's private doctor can check the box stating that they've reviewed the veteran's service records and document what records they've actually looked at, not just check the box that says, I've reviewed service treatment records, but on the DBQs you read from the VA, you see where the doctor indicates, I looked at the DD-214 and service treatment records with dates, and what if they can indicate what they've looked at, that would hold more weight, and that would be less reason for us to need it, even if they're offering the opinion. But again, it depends on the diagnosis. PTSD and audio have to go through a VA contract. And then if there's conflicting evidence, there may still be a reason for an exam. But for the most part, the rule of thumb is we accept DBQs now as evidence for rating. And we don't necessarily need, especially if it's for an increase of something or a presumptive condition. So if the veteran's never filed a claim for prostate cancer and we can concede Agent Orange exposure, he has a DBQ filled out prostate cancer, we're not going to need anything else. The veteran has his service connected at 10% for a back and gets a DBQ completed for that back and it shows 40 plus radiculopathy, we're not going to need to do another exam.
One last question for you, Heather.
Of course.
Yeah, so this goes against a contracted exam versus a private medical. And the question is, which opinion supersedes the other if the C&P examiner, so I guess the contract examiner opinion is flawed compared to his private exam or his private medical?
Well, that's kind of a loaded question. Did both examiners review all treatment records and everything that basically is in VBMS? If the answer is no, then we're going to have to look at specialties and the rationale. If one examiner shows, gives rationale and lists case studies and, peer-reviewed journals and has more logical rationale, then most likely we'll go with them unless the other one reviewed all the treatment records and one did not. So it kind of depends on just about everything in that case. If the veteran turns in a private DBQ and we still order a VA exam, it's because the private DBQ is missing something. The examiner did not review service treatment records or current medical records from the VAMC. The examiner did not have an opinion. The examiner failed to talk about repetitive motion, pain on motion, or flare-ups. So if we're going to order an exam now, and they've turned in a private DBQ, it's because the private DBQ is missing something. And so at that point, I'm going to say we're most likely going to go with the contract exam. But that doesn't mean that's always the case.
All right, well, we much appreciate you coming and talking to us, and you're coming back at 3:00 for the MST sexual trauma. And, but I really appreciate you coming in today and expanding over kind of outside the blue water into claim stuff for questions coming in. And we'll look forward to seeing you again for sure in November.
No problem. It looks like I have one more question that just popped up on my screen, which is weird because I haven't seen any of these.
Okay.
About a POA. Can a daughter who has a medical and financial guardianship for her mother file for her POA alternate signature and third party? It's actually kind of ironic that you're asking this question because Johnny Victory and I are working on researching this exact situation now. So I don't know if you reached out to Johnny, and that's why Johnny and I talked about it this morning. Currently, our law does not say that we can't accept an alternate signature for a POA. However, the alternate signature form, the 0972, does not list the 2122 as one of the acceptable forms that they can sign. So we have actually reached out to Comp Services in DC to get a definitive answer on that question. Because it doesn't seem logical that we can accept an alternate signature for a claim, but not for a POA. So if the veteran's unable to even make a mark with a witness, that I don't think that should exclude them from also having a power of attorney. So in any case, that question will have to be answered at a later time because we are waiting on specific guidance.
Well, thank you so much. And we're going to go ahead and let everybody go a few minutes early, and then we hopefully will get started on the next one in just a few minutes earlier too. So we may be able to get done a little bit before then. Thank you, Heather.
No problem. Thank you.
Now you're on.
All right, welcome and back. Hopefully you guys enjoyed your quick break. This next section, we're going to go over the Oklahoma Governor's Challenge. So if you were a part of the Governor's Symposium this morning, this is pretty much the exact same slide deck. I'm going to go in a little more detail. We have an hour for this particular segment. So if we'll be taking a lot of questions, but I'm going to take my time going through some of the different projects that we're working on with the Oklahoma Governor's Challenge. And we'll have a good Q&A at the end of this. So as we get started, there we go. There's a saying by Douglas MacArthur that said, "The soldier above all others pray for peace, for it is the soldier who must suffer and bear the deepest wounds and scars of war." And when I think about mental health and suicide prevention from the standpoint of what I do here with the Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs, it's the invisible wounds of war, the physical wounds of war, and spiritual wounds of war that really make a difference. And when service members, veterans, and their families need help or need resources and need services, a lot of times those are the things that we're trying to deal with, or finding those hidden wounds and those things that are really needed, those life protective factors that are really needed in order for us to be able to take the best care possible of the service member, veteran, and the family that we're working with. So as we get started today, kind of go through the agenda, this quick introduction. We'll talk about who we are as a Governor's Challenge team and collaboration, what we do, our action plan, our implementation, and how you get involved. So just a quick introduction of myself. My name is Aaron Ashworth. I am the Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Programs Administrator here at Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs. My main program that I oversee is the Oklahoma Governor's Challenge, which is a national and state collaborative effort to reduce suicide among service members, veterans, and their families. I am a Army chaplain for the 160th Field Artillery for the Oklahoma Army National Guard. I've been with the Guard for over 20 years now, and with 3 combat tours. So I spent most of my career as an enlisted guy and then switched over to being a chaplain and officer a few years ago, but have a long history with the Army National Guard here in Oklahoma. Additionally, I'm a licensed professional counselor and live in the world of, basically, I kind of nutshell it into mental health, ministry, and military. So the 3 M's. Enough about me, though. Let's talk about the Governor's Challenge and what we're doing here. So the Oklahoma Governor's Challenge came into effect in 2019. The SAMHSA, which is the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration at the national level, federal level, there in DC, did a combined study with the Department of Defense and Veterans Affairs with regards to suicide in service members. And what they found is there's different populations that have a high number of population of service members in their general population, as well as high number of suicides. And a few years ago, 2017-18 timeframe, they started reaching out to those communities, and they started with the mayor's challenges, and they reach out to local mayors and ask those mayors to be able to build a collaboration as well as a team that can look at the gaps in services for healthcare, mental health care, and social services regarding service members, veterans, and their families. And the goal behind it was, as we build these collaborations, we can identify the gaps and we can really help reduce suicide among service members, veterans, and their families by filling those gaps and finding ways to be able to communicate, train, and educate our communities in a way that is very military cultural friendly, but also brings a holistic type of care to our communities with regards to veteran care. And so in that, we had, Tulsa was one of the first ones to pick up the Mayor's Challenge. Oklahoma City was right there along with it. So we had Mayor Bynum and Mayor Holt that took the challenge to be able to reduce suicide in their communities. In 2019, we picked up the Governor's Challenge, which SAMHSA reached out to Governor Stitt as soon as he got into office and asked if he would be willing to take a state challenge to reduce suicide among service members, veterans, and their families. After that, we asked Mayor Booker down in Lawton if he would be interested in taking on the challenge as well. And what that created was what we called at the time the Oklahoma Veterans Corridor, which is basically a corridor across the middle of the state in a diagonal line that really connects the 3 major military cities in order for us to be able to start looking at a good collaboration and how we can build programming, how we can build the right resources and services, or how we can support the right resources and services that already exist in those communities. So that kind of tells you what the Governor's Challenge is. We really focus on national and state collaboration. So The great thing about this particular program is that we spend a lot of time working with subject matter experts all across the country, if not the world, that are brought in by SAMHSA, the VA, Department of Defense, and others who have really taken an interest in best practices for veteran care. So we spent a lot of time going back and forth between DC. During COVID, we spent a lot of time on Zoom meetings, working in building a strong collaborative team amongst the state departments as well as the different state agencies that are in place. So we here in Oklahoma, you have us as far as ODVA, you have the federal VA, you have the Oklahoma Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services, the Oklahoma State Department of Health, as well as the Employment Security Commission, Department of Labor, and a few others that we've all come together to say, how can we best take care of our veterans and service members in our communities? And in that collaboration, we get subject matter experts in areas like homelessness and housing and legal, as well as employment, education, healthcare, mental health care. And we get all these subject matter experts in a room together. When a lot of times they're directors, executive directors, CEOs, legislative representatives and whatnot, that we get in a room together and say, hey, you're the subject matter experts, you're the policy holders, how can we do better as a state in order to be able to push really good positive messaging, positive healthcare, positive mental health care statewide. And so in that, we go back to SAMHSA. We have a lot of conferences and webinars and training and technical assistance that's given to us through SAMHSA and the VA, that we're reaching back into having subject matter experts in almost every state now. So we have a lot of state-to-state conversations about what's happening in your state, what's happening in your communities, what types of programs are working, what do you see service members and veterans responding to, what kind of family programs are you developing that really impact family members in getting them resources and services they may need in order to take care of themselves or even their service member. So you see this intertwined safety net that's been created basically across the country at this point, of all of us coming together and saying, what can we do better? How can we do better? What needs to be in place in order for us to really make a difference when it comes to healthcare, mental health care, the wellness and resiliency of service members, veterans, and families. Once we do that, we started building our team. Our team is continuously growing. Even after this morning's presentation with the Governor's Symposium, I had like 5 or 6 automatically send me an email or a text message or a phone call. I was like, how do we get plugged in? So it's very encouraging to see that we continuously add new members and add new partners to the Governor's Challenge and the Mayor's Challenges every day. And in that, it's really reaching back and saying, how can you pour in with your subject matter experts, with your expertise? How can you plug into our action plan and what we're doing in the state, what's happening in the communities in order for you to be able to use your resources, your know-how, and your organization to really make a difference in the community when it comes to service members, veterans, and their families. So we built an action plan. This action plan has 4 main priorities, and it has about 50 different strategies under each one of those priorities, it seems like. So the first priority is, how do we identify the service member, veteran, and the family? So what we know is a lot of times if you're active duty and you come out, there's a little bit easier to identify who you are as a service member or veteran. But when it comes to National Guard and Reserves, they may not always be connected to the VA. And if you go further back into World War II, Vietnam era, even Desert Storm era, sometimes it's really hard to identify who those members are in our communities. So one of the first things we have to do is we have to be able to identify who the service members, veterans, and families are. So how do we do that? That's one of our priorities, is finding a way that we can really make sure that we can identify the service member, veteran, and family so we can provide the right resources and right services for them in their time of need if any ever exists. And we also screen for suicide risk. So what are best practices across the country? What are best practices across the world? What are the best practices here in Oklahoma in our communities with regards to screening for suicide? What are some of the identifiers? What we know for service members a lot of times is high risk suicide, high risk mental health, depression, etc., anxiety, post-traumatic stress. A lot of times those things are comorbid with substance abuse or family disputes or firearm incidents and drugs and alcohol. And there's just a lot of things that play into high risk for suicide. And as you listened over today, and you're about to hear probably right after this presentation, is how military sexual trauma plays into high risk suicide. and what our experience has been in crisis and trauma. So how do we screen for that? How do we assess for it once we identify it? And how do we treat it in a way that maintains a holistic approach and is safe for both the clinician as well as the service member who's seeking care? Our second priority is to promote connectedness and improve care transitions. So this is promote connectedness. This is peer-to-peer connectedness, but this is also community to service member connectedness. This is connected to your family and your friends, connected to the services in your community. How do we make sure that you feel like you as a service member or you as a service organization have the safety net and the network in your community to feel connected, feel like you have hope, and feel like you have purpose and connection with those around you that can really make a difference in improving your quality of life and making sure that you have life protective factors in place that keep you from being high risk of suicide. And then how do we improve care transitions? So these care transitions can be really anything, but basically anytime that you go into, maybe you come into ODVA and you want to do claims and benefits, and we identify that there's something else going on that you really benefit from services, and you ask about, hey, do you have a service or do you have a connection or referral to this, that, or the other? Improving care transitions is really about how do we walk you through, support you, and have a warm handoff to the different services that are in the communities. Making sure that if you go into the VA and they have all kinds of different programs and all kinds of different things that are in place, that even if you're moving from one department in the VA to the other department in the VA, maybe you're moving from claims to benefits to go see your primary care, but what do the warm transitions look like? And then how do we transition those pieces in life? So when you're transitioning out of the military into civilian life, and if you're transitioning into being a new parent or you're a newlywed, like all the different transitions that come with life, how do we improve those transition periods? How do we make it easier for us as service members, veterans, and our families, for us to be able to really have quality, improved lives and know what resources in our area? Our third priority is increased lethal means safety and safety planning. So what does that mean? We know for a fact that when we talk about suicide in Oklahoma among service members and veterans, that 9 times out of 10 firearms are somehow involved. So it's important for us to be able to increase lethal means safety. That's going to gun shops, having training and education seminars and workshops for service members, veterans, and their families to be able to teach them what it means for firearm safety. What does it mean for safe storage? What does it mean for us as service members if we are struggling with mental health issues to find a protective way to keep our firearms, but also have them stored in a way that restrict our access to them sometimes when we are struggling in those depressive episodes or in those mental health episodes that it might be dangerous for us to have access to them. It's not a conversation about taking weapons away. It's about how do we safely make sure that you can maintain your weapons, but not also put yourself at risk. So this is where lethal means safety, working with gun shop owners and gun ranges, making sure that those education pieces and those training pieces are available at the state and local level. And our last priority is taking a comprehensive approach to suicide prevention. And a comprehensive approach means basically kind of the end all be all, it can be anything. But what are the different outside of the box type of things that we can do that really improve suicide care, mental health care, depression, and anxiety when we're experiencing it? What are some different things that we can do? So building out marriage challenges across our state. Like I told you, we have Tulsa, Oklahoma City, and Lawton that's already underway. We still have a few other military communities here in Oklahoma. So you have Altus and Eden and McAllister. So we would hope to, as we grow and we continue these challenges, to bring them on board with making sure that they have collaborative efforts in their communities as well that can look at the gaps in their particular community. So that's one approach. We look at OK Valor and VARRP and disaster teams and a whole bunch of things that we're going to talk about here in just a few minutes. But this is really kind of where I love and I thrive. I'm taking a comprehensive approach because I'm definitely a person who likes to color outside the lines. And in that, it's how can we be creative and innovative and finding new ways to address an old problem and a problem that has historically been an issue for Oklahoma. And we have recent data that's come out with the new 2018 VA report that shows, it would look like a 36% increase from 2017 to 2018. But if you look at the historical data over a long period of time, going back to early 2000s, we have a mean average of about 112 suicide deaths for a veteran every year here in our state. And I hope that we can all agree that one suicide is too many. One suicide, one person at risk is too many because they've served and they've given their life to service, and we should do something about it. And we can play on those numbers. We can make those percentages look one way or another, but the truth of the matter is none of it really matters. The data doesn't matter. The life protective factors are what matter. How can we improve people's lives to keep them from being high risk to begin with? And what kind of things do we need to do in order for that to happen? And that's what I hope that our discussion here in just a few minutes will evolve around. Or what are some new ways, some inventive ways that we can come up with that really will reduce suicide in our state? As my goal, which you'll see here in just a second, is getting our state to zero suicide. When I first came on board with ODVA a year and a half ago, and we started the Governor's Challenge, my very first thought was, no matter what the number is, no matter what the data says, my goal is zero. How do we get to zero suicides in our community? And luckily, there's a national best practice that's actually called Zero Suicide that helps organizations get to that point of understanding, like how can we culturally get to a place where we think zero suicides are possible. I went to a conference a few years ago that was a conference that was a suicide intervention skills training. And in that, we were doing a couple of different other types of training. And I was in this cohort where they're all talking about what's the realistic view of where we can go with intervention and prevention skills. And everyone's like, I'd like to see a 10% decrease in suicides in our community, or I'd like to see 5%. When they kept coming up with percentage, and they come around to me, and I was like, I want to see zero. How do we get to zero? And I was told at that moment in that conference, I was like, well, that's unbelievable. Like, there's no way you can ever get to zero. You can't just eradicate depression, anxiety, mental health issues. I was like, well, you're not thinking hard enough then, because if our goal is not zero, then we're really missing the aim that we could take. So when I came into ODVA, it was how do we become zero suicide oriented? And we adopted zero suicide as a model. It's a national best practice that we're going to be a part of and continue to promote to all those that we work with and are partners with in the Governor's Challenge. Is we have to have a mindset of zero. How do we get mental health, depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress, thoughts of suicide down to zero? And that's our goal. And we're going to be reflective of that best practice, and we're going to support this particular aim because it's the aim that we all should have. How do we get to zero? In that, one of the ways that we do that is knowing what services are in our community. And this is the Veteran Assistance Locator. It's called Valor. So this is OK Valor, Oklahoma Valor. I'll go into this website here in just a second, but I want to talk to you about what this is. This is what I call our COVID project. So while we're all in quarantine and we have nothing else to do, we build programs online. And that's what came of this. And it is actually a think tank that created this. We've been working the Mayor's Challenges since 2017 and 18. This came up in a discussion there. And when we came into the Governor's Challenge, we adopted understanding that, this is something we really need to build out because it's going to be a benefit to the state of Oklahoma. And so in that, the Community Service Council of Tulsa, Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs, Eagle Ops, and 3C Concepts, all of us come together in a kind of a think tank of saying, all right, what is really needed? And this was based off of some of the old mapping systems that you may have seen through the military department. Building healthy military communities and family programs had a map like this. Is just kind of where we got this kind of started originating the idea from. But OK Valor is the Oklahoma Veteran Assistance Locator. What it does is it basically allows you to find whatever services, social services that you need in your community. So I'm going to stop sharing the PowerPoint slide, and I'm going to start sharing here in just a second if I can get here we go. I'm going to share my Google screen here. And what we have here basically is the OK Valor system. And what this does, and this is actually really good, I think, for those of you that are veteran service representatives. This is a crazy useful tool. And it's crazy useful because it does a lot of different things. And you would think that this is built out specifically for veterans, and we built it for veterans, but really this is actually a lot of general population types of services as well. So we can, like you can see here on the layers list on the right-hand side, there's veteran supports. You can put this drop down and you can see American Legion, case management, VFW, different support groups. So these are different veteran support groups that are in communities. So if I click that, it comes up with all the different locations that we know of as of date to where those organizations are, how close they are to your community. And you can go down this list, whether it be children, whether it be education, employment, housing or food, healthcare. Again, some of these are veteran specific, a lot of them are not. So if I click on children, you see here child care assistance, child welfare, diapers, children health. So these are all the different facilities across Oklahoma that are specific to child care. And you can just go down this list, education, legal. So for those of you that work for ODVA, like these are all the different veteran service representatives across Oklahoma that are attached to ODVA. We have the same thing in here for VHAs, the different VHA systems, the Veteran Health Administration and VA systems, medical facilities across the state. So you can click on as many or as few of these layers as you want to be able to find the different resources that are in your community. One of my favorite tools in this, and it's got a lot of different things that you can see here. You can search by city, you can do search by county. I mean, there's multiple different ways to search. You can put in if you have a particular resource you're looking for, or if you're an organization that you want to find out if you're on this mapping system, and if you're not, how to add yourself. You can go up here and put in your own name or your own address to see if you're there as a resource. If not, we'll get to how to add yourself to this map, and it's really just emailing me to be able to get some information from you to be able to add to it. But one of the best ones is right here, near me. And what this allows you to do is you can put in your home address, you can put in your work address, you can put in a city. So if I put in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, and I click on this, now it gives me a radius search. So here's a 5-mile radius search around the greater proper Broken Arrow. And these are the different services that are involved. So it automatically turns on all the layers. And then over here on the left-hand screen, you can kind of scroll through veteran support, education, and you can click on the different services that are relevant in your particular area. So if you don't find anything in a 5-mile radius, you can expand it up to 100 miles of what services are in your area. So it's very useful for those that work in the veteran service organization space. It's also very useful for those that work in social services. And it's very useful to the service member, veteran, and family who don't know what resources are in their community, because they can go to this website, put in whatever resource they're looking for and find it themselves, and then be able to get directions to it. So once you do identify something, so let's just click on one here. So I'm just randomly choosing something here. Wings Healthcare Training. So it's education, university, Wings Healthcare, and it gives you their contact information. As you scroll down, a lot of these different organizations will have a variety of information that goes with them. So here's a good one. So Broken Arrow Neighbors, it has their mission, what they do, their service. It gives you directions from your location. It has a phone number, their website, direct contact information. So it's pretty useful in finding out what's going on within your community. If you see this one of 3 up here, what it's telling you is basically Broken Arrow Neighbors has 3 different services that they provide. So you can click on this arrow next to one of 3, and it'll tell you basically kind of what some of the other resources and things are right there around there. So pretty interesting. This is one of my favorite things that we've come up with, that we kind of did a soft launch a few months ago. We're getting into full launch now as far as being able to get this out and have it useful for basically anybody and everybody that wants to use it. So there's no cost to this for anyone. It's just basically asking for the link and then being able to use it at will for whoever needs it. So we'll answer some questions about that here in just a few minutes. So there's a lot more that this does, but for the sake of time and for the sake of demonstration, I think that we can stop there for now. If you have questions about OK Valor, I'd love to be able to field those for you. This is a great tool, so I highly recommend using it. And then give us feedback. If there's something you don't see that you would like to see, if there's something on here that's broke that we haven't caught, I want to know about it. I want this to be a useful tool to our community and to our state. So the more I can do that, the better off we'll be. All right, I'm going to switch back over, figure out what direction my screen's moving here. Back to the PowerPoint. Wrong one. I'll get there. All right. Wait for that to come up just a second. I'm gonna ask real quick, are you looking at the PowerPoint screen? All right. So the other program that we've been working on is the VA-RRP. This is the Veterans Avoidance, Recovery, and Redeployment Program. This is an incarceration program that's a peer-to-peer mentor program, works alongside of treatment courts and diversion programs. But what this is basically is the goal is to educate and train those to avoid getting into trouble or getting into legal problems so they don't end up incarcerated in the first place. And so there's some prevention education that is involved in that, but also the Recovery and Redeployment Program, which is a peer-to-peer program where we have different service representatives and service officers that will go into the different justice systems across Oklahoma and work with prior service members and veterans to making sure that they can recover from whatever got them into being incarcerated in the first place, and then we can redeploy them successfully back into the community. So this program is set up in a way that's basically mentor driven, but also very education training driven with regards to making sure there's support services involved. And that before that someone even leaves being incarcerated, that they have a better hand up in understanding what community services are available to them, making sure that maybe they can get employment before they're out before they leave the justice system. So knowing that they have a job as soon as they get out, and then being able to find housing and food and all those things that are going to be necessary. So this is a great peer-to-peer support program. Again, this has been built out of a collaboration of the Justice Department, the Mental Health and Substance Abuse Administration, as well as the Community Service Council, ODVA, and multiple others that have been involved in this program from the very beginning. And I'm excited to see where this is going because I feel like this is very important. When you think about somebody that's been incarcerated, a lot of times they're down on their luck. They've been involved in things that got them incarcerated in the first place, that they probably lifestyle changes that are needed. And this program set up to be able to be a support system to that, to be able to reintegrate those individuals into understanding, you know what, you once served your country and you stood for something great. Let's do that again. And bringing them and reintroducing them into the person that they can be and that we hope that they want to be when they're going to find success post-incarceration. So this is one of the programs that falls under mental health that we've been monitoring and also been a part of the collaboration and building. So last year when we first started the Governor's Challenge, it was really built around 2019 and 2020 was kind of really built around building the team. So building the team and building the action plan. So we walked through the 4 priorities of the action plan. Each one of those priorities have multiple strategies underneath it as in how we can better provide services and resources to our service members in our communities. But when we entered 2021, SAMHSA, the VA, the Department of Defense, as well as all the states that are involved in the Governor's Challenge, we're moving out of action planning and moving towards implementation. So now that we have these plans in place, we've built our action plans, we've built our logic models, we've built our teams, now we go to work. And what are the first things that we really want to focus on? What are the pilot programs we want to focus on? We chose 3 and what you see here. And these are basically 3 campaigns. Each one of these campaigns is aimed at a particular population. And that population is specific to basically kind of the call to action that you see. So Courage to Connect. This is a communications, education, and training program for our service members, veterans, and families directly. Our hope with Courage to Connect is to have a call to action for our service members in our communities to feel like they have the courage themselves to be able to connect. Get connected to people, get connected to resources. If you realize that there's something going on mental health wise, get connected, surround yourself with a good support system. Allow us to be case managers and good veteran service representatives in a way that allow us to be a connection point and a link to the services that are in your community. So we have a whole communications campaign that's evolved around Courage to Connect. And this is basically going to be direct mailers to service members and veterans that we have identified and that we can identify. And this is going to be all of our partners. So all of the different state departments and agencies that are involved, all the different nonprofits, all the different veteran service organizations, all the for-profits that are involved, that are partners with the Governor's Challenge. We're all carrying the same language and the same message is have courage to connect and let us be that link and that warm hand that will be there as a guide for you to be able to connect to those resources in your community. The second one is cultivating community. And cultivating community is aimed specifically at community stakeholders. So where do people work? Do employers know or have programs set up for service members and veterans that really connect them to the services in their community they need? When they go to church or they're seeking help or counseling from their faith group leader, do those faith group leaders know how to connect them back to services in their community? Name any kind of education facility, tech schools, universities, high schools, do any of them have resources? And if they don't have resources, what can we do to provide resources, training, and education to make sure that they can cultivate a good military and cultural community? And the more that we all know what resources and services in our community, and that we can point to the right places when someone comes to us in need, then we're all creating that safety net that's really needed across our state. The last one is caring for the courageous. And this is a campaign specific to healthcare and mental health care clinicians. So caring for the courageous. And this goes even outside of healthcare and mental health care. And I would say lay leaders or even just any kind of caregiver that's taking care of a service member, veteran, or family. So this is nursing homes and whatnot included. How do we care for the courageous? Are we trained in military cultural training? Are we trained in best practices for veteran and service member care? Do we understand how to run claims and benefits the right way? Do we understand how we use the Mission Act, or how do we connect them to the VA and make sure that they're getting VA services? Or are they connected to the Oklahoma Veterans Registry? Are they going after getting it on their driver's license and identifying that they are a service member or veteran on their driver's license? And all these different things that provide opportunities and resources that people don't think about a lot of times. So this is a fun kind of campaign that we're doing with all three of these, with regards to basically getting word out into the community across the state that from the governor's office down, our goal is to build a collaborative effort that all the state departments, all the state agencies, the federal agencies that are at play, as well as the different nonprofits, that we're all speaking one language and we're all moving one direction with regards to suicide care and mental health care, and that's bringing it to zero. One of the ways we do that, and a good partner of ours, and most of you that are in the veteran space already are familiar with this particular organization, but Building Healthy Military Communities, BHMC. This has been a huge resource to our state because not just the fearless leader behind it, but also the newsletter that was created through the Oklahoma Building Healthy Military Communities. It goes out not just to our state, but other states and nationally. That this newsletter is just packed with good resources and good contact information and good education and training with regards to what's happening in the communities across the state. So if you're not a part of this newsletter, please reach out to myself or to one of the other Governor's Challenge partners, if you know any, and ask to get connected to the BHMC newsletter, because this is one way that we actually communicate within our state and outside of our state with best practices and things that are up and coming with regards to healthcare and mental health care regarding military community. So going back to the caring for the courageous, one of the ways that we do that also is through education and training. And one of the big things that we're working right now, this project is underway. We're not 100% into the middle of this project just yet, but we soon will be, hopefully. But what we're doing is we're working with Oklahoma State University and Project ECHO. So if any of you have been a part of COVID relief over the last year, you're probably familiar with Project ECHO. Project ECHO is a telecommunications process that basically connects healthcare and mental health care facilities across the state, all on this telehealth type of platform. that allows us to do training, education, and basically just hosting subject matter experts with whatever kind of issues that these deal with. Project Echo has about 15 different lines. What's exciting is we've been working with Project Echo on getting a veteran line started. And so as we work this, what will happen is if this program gets finalized, there'll be a veteran line specific. It'll be basically meeting twice a month, once every other week, and being able to connect with the mental health care and healthcare facilities across the state, training them with subject matter experts in things like claims and benefits, with good healthcare, mental health care, best practices, you name it. Think of anything veteran services. We basically can use this platform as an opportunity to be able to train the state in making sure that the veteran services is well represented. And in that, what happens is we basically have about 30 minutes of a subject matter expert that comes on that talks about whatever the topic of the day is. We have about 15 to 20 minutes of a case study. So this is basically healthcare and mental health care clinicians across the state offering up case studies and saying, hey, this is what I've ran into. I didn't have a great answer. Can we case this together for us to be able to collaborate and maybe come up with a better approach? So we do 20 to 30 minutes of case study, and then we have a 15 to 20 minute question and answer session for those that are on the line. So this is up and coming. Hopefully we'll have this set by September, but this is going to be a good project for not just ODBA, but for all of our partners and all of our friends that have subject matter experts that will really benefit those healthcare and mental health care clinicians across the state on how to take care of veterans. And I think this is a great opportunity that we don't want to miss out on. And I hope that we see this finalized in the next few weeks. Some of the training that we do outside of education, we train specific suicide prevention skills training. So we start with Living Work Start. And this is basically how do you start a conversation around suicide prevention? How do you have that conversation within your workplace or within your home or within your friend base? And how do you start that conversation? So START, Talk Saves Lives, and QPR are all suicide prevention skills training. You have ASSIST, which is suicide intervention skills training. So we move from prevention to intervention. So when somebody comes into your office or somebody just walks into your life, that you have the intervention skills to know how to be able to negotiate with them and how to get them to stay safe in that moment in order to get better quality care, whatever that looks like. Maybe you're the clinician and you're the one walking them through that. Maybe you're just a family member that needs to get them to a professional. But these are intervention skills trainings that basically teach you what you need to do and how to intervene in the middle of a suicidal crisis. And then Zero Suicide, which we already talked about, which is a national best practice. It's an organization that teaches other organizations how to make zero suicides in your organization and in your community, the goal and the aim. So these are all great trainings that we offer here at ODVA that we're going to continue to offer throughout the year, whether that be telehealth or through Zoom meetings or Microsoft Teams, but also in-person trainings. So these are opportunities that if you have never been trained in any of these, or it's been a while since you've been trained in any of these, you can reach out and be able to connect with myself, and then we'll try and plug you into one of these upcoming classes that we have. So I'm going to take a few minutes. It's 2:40, just a couple minutes to 2:40. So we have about 20 minutes of Q&A. I want to take some time to be able to answer any questions with regards to mental health and suicide prevention regarding Oklahoma Department of Veterans Affairs, or any questions that you may have through chat or through however else you want to send it, that I might be able to answer for you before we get off this call today. We want to pull it up here in just a second.
There's no questions right now.
So from a veteran service representative standpoint, do you guys see OK Valor being something that would be useful to you and something that you would use with regards to what you do in practice day in and day out? And if you would, go ahead and answer in the chat or the question and answer. I've got crickets. So either I did a really amazing job and you have all the information you need, or I bored you to death. Either's possible. I don't get my feelings hurt very easy, so it's okay. All right, we got a question. All right, Patrick said, yes, you do see it as useful. All right, at least I got a reply.
Did you expand on the resources that we're trying to do for mental health?
In my job, I will need the resource. All right, awesome. You were asking, Jackie's asking a question real quick.
Did you go over what we're trying to work with mental health, the possible of having that resource when we do have a mental health veteran in the location where we're at? And they may need to help us find those
With
locations.
the expert.
Yeah, just kind of a little bit touch.
So we've been having, Jackie's bringing up a conversation that we recently had with the Oklahoma Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services on different training pieces that we're really looking forward to that are going to be relevant to the service member or the veteran service representative. What that's going to be is kind of threefold. We're going to start with basically some training and education pieces is into motivational interviewing. Like when you're sitting down with somebody in a claims and benefits type of setting, what is it that, what kind of questions can you ask? How do you keep the conversation moving forward? And using motivational interviewing skills and negotiating type of skills to be able to have that conversation, get that information so you can better be a resource to them and find out what's really needed. There was then also some training with regards to how to refer to treatment. So if you do have somebody come in while you're doing claims and benefits and it's obvious that they need substance abuse treatment or depression treatment or post-traumatic stress, it's not an expectation for you, most of the veteran service representatives, to have a mental health background. But it is good to know that you have the training and the know-how of how to refer them to the right treatment when those things do come apparent. So Oklahoma Department of Mental Health is going to help us with some of those training pieces with regards to making sure that they sit down and have some training specific to the VSOs, VSRs, and making sure that you guys have the know-how and the education and training to be able to use motivational interviewing to your benefit, and then also how to refer to treatment. And as we move forward in that, it might lead to some other opportunities and trainings along the way. But Oklahoma Department of Mental Health has been very useful with offering those types of trainings to us. Something else that a lot of, especially if you're a state employee, this is only really relevant to state employees, but what we didn't know that we know now after a conversation 2 weeks ago is that the Oklahoma Department of Mental Health also runs a state EAP program. So there's a state employer assistance program that if you yourself need assistance for any kind of things, or if you need resources for anything, you can reach out to that state employer assistance program, and then they are there to be able to connect you with mental health resources and healthcare resources according to the EAP program that's set up. So those are free resources and limited cost resources to you as a state employee. Had a question or a statement down here. It says, I use OK Valor often in my outreach to help education veterans. Awesome resource for my team. Thanks, Randy. It's good to see you on here. And if you asked about Veteran Bound being added to that, please just send me the information relevant to what Veteran Bound that you're working for. We'll make sure that you're added to the Valor system. Any other questions? All right, well, it's 2:45. So if you guys have anything that you need, feel free to reach out to me, aaron.ashworth@odba.ok.gov, or you can call me on my cell. That is my actual personal cell. It's a lot easier. If you see my tagline in my email, don't ever call my work cell, call my personal cell. It's much easier to get a hold of me, but I'm fairly easy to get a hold of, and I'll answer any questions or provide any resources I can that will benefit you and what you do. And thank you for giving me some time today. And if there's anything I can help you with, feel free to reach out. Otherwise, we will talk to you next time. You guys have a blessed day, and we'll be moving to the next session here in just a few minutes. So I'm going to put you on pause for just a minute as we get set up for the next speaker.
Hey, guys, it's Jackie Witten again. We finished a little early, so we're going to take a break for 15 minutes. Be back ready to go just before 3 o'clock so that we can finish up with the MST and sexual trauma. See you in a little bit.
good afternoon. Heather, are you available?
I am right here waiting on you.
Thank you, my friend. We'll be starting shortly. All righty, everyone. Thank you for coming back with us after that short break. I am Lisa Mussett. I am the Women Veterans Coordinator for ODVA, as well as an accredited Veteran Service Officer. So we're bringing Heather McKibben back with us. She is at our VARO, our VA regional office in Muskogee. And these next slides and this next subject is a topic that Heather and I have been working together for quite some time. And we have been also sharing these similar slides and conversation in our Lunch and Learn series for women veterans. Okay, so we're going to run through these slides and we may pause and talk through some things, or we may just go through them and then we'll talk over some more things at the end of these. This is a very important topic that we want you to be aware of. We want you to have we need you to know these things. Okay, so Heather, it is all yours, my dear.
Good afternoon, everybody again. So PTSD, which MST will fall under. So we're going to give an overview of PTSD in general first, and then we'll get a little bit more specific. So for the review of the rating requirements for post-traumatic stress disorder will be the first thing we talk about. And then we'll get more specifically into MST and identifying the markers, the development for personal trauma cases, what a rating would look like, and then any court cases that may be necessary to discuss. Next slide. Okay. So rating requirements for PTSD. It's just like anything else. We have to have an in-service occurrence, disability, injury, or event. So we have to have a verified stressor for PTSD. And verified stressors have varying degrees of what we have to verify. So if you were in combat, there's probably not much to verify at all. If you have a combat action ribbon, a combat action badge, if you were deployed to a hostile environment, and we can do an exam based on fear, which I will explain shortly, there's not really anything to verify. For the most part, don't need a statement from the veteran explaining what the situation was. However, if your PTSD or the veteran's PTSD diagnosis comes from something that is not part of combat or a hostile environment, comes from something like witnessing a plane crash, we will have to verify that that plane crash occurred and that the veteran was in the proximity or was, possibly was able to be witness to it. And then we would get more tricky in what we'd say is an MST case. And again, we'll get more specific in there, but an MST case most likely hasn't been reported. So we have other avenues that we have to verify the stressor for. And then once we verify the stressor, we need a current diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. For an original PTSD claim, that will have to come from a VA contract examination. We need the examiner to review the personnel and treatment records of the veteran, make a diagnosis of PTSD, and then state that this PTSD is due to these stressors that we have verified in service. You can't be granted service connection for PTSD if you had childhood trauma, no event in service, and then have PTSD now. Now, does that mean somebody who did not have childhood trauma and an event in service can't be service connected? Absolutely not. But if your stressor only occurred before service or not while you were in service, then it wouldn't be service connected. So that's why we need the diagnosis. And then that nexus stating that the current symptoms are related to, at least partially due to the events in service. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is actually slightly outdated right here because we use the DSM-5 now, not the DSM-4. And so the DSM-5 basically gives a list of criteria to make a diagnosis of PTSD. I do not have them memorized, but basically you have to have a group of symptoms from one of each category. And that is how it makes it. So you have to have like reoccurring thoughts. You have to be fearful. There are certain criteria there for the DSM-5. And so the psychologist, psychiatrist that does the diagnosing has to be able to give an accurate diagnoses based on the DSM-5. That's the rating criteria. Next slide, please.
Just a second, Heather.
No problem.
There we go.
Thank you. Okay, so again, some symptoms of PTSD that are common: nightmares, flashbacks, emotional detachment, numbness, avoidance, or reminders. So again, we do not expect a veteran to be a doctor. However, if that veteran comes in and says, I'm claiming nightmares, we should be able to assume that that means PTSD. So a veteran can claim symptoms, and then we have to help them get the diagnosis. So they do not have to have seen a mental health person before they make the claim. They are adequately qualified to tell us what their symptoms are, not adequately qualified to tell us what their diagnosis is. So these symptoms we will see quite often on claim forms, and that's perfectly acceptable because the VA has a responsibility to order that exam if the rest of the development warrants that. So if we have verified stressor and the veteran claims some of these symptoms, we should order that exam to get that diagnosis and that opinion. Next slide, please. So again, there are some more: irritability, hypervigilance, memory loss, excessive startle response. The list of PTSD symptoms can vary from person to person. And on top of varying from person to person, they wax and wane, meaning they can be more severe and less severe depending on the time of the day of the week, time of the year, how much sleep the veteran had, what else is going on in the veteran's life. And the VA understands that, and the rating criteria also acknowledges that. And we'll get a little bit more into that in a moment. Next slide, please. So this is when we start talking about what sexual assault is and what an MST would be. So you hear the word sexual assault, and most people think immediately that they're talking about rape. But there's a lot of things that are involved with the word sexual assault that do not include rape. Obviously, rape, acquaintance rape, date rape, any of those things still fall under rape. But sexual harassment, inappropriate behavior or touching, not necessarily having to be rape, also can fall under this category. Next slide, please. So an MST, or military sexual trauma, refers to both sexual harassment and sexual assault that occurs in military settings. Both men and women can experience military sexual trauma, and the perpetrator can be either one of those as well. MST is probably more common than most people realize. I think we've read one study that says one out of every 4 women in the service and 1 out of every 10 men have experienced some sort of MST. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean rape, but it can mean sexual assault or harassment. Next slide, please. So when we're talking about MST, we know that they're not reported on a normal basis. Obviously, that some people have reported them, and so when they reported them, it makes the rating side of this much easier to get through. We also know that while in the military, you can make a restricted or an unrestricted report. An unrestricted report is literally that. It means that just about anybody has access to it. However, you have to name or identify the perpetrator for those. And then they have, they are also notified. A restricted report, you can simply walk into your SARC and tell them that you have experienced sexual trauma. They may or may not even ask any questions thereafter. It depends on how willing the person is. We also know that these records of the restricted reports are kept for, I believe we said it was like 50 years. Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong. And they are there. The key to that is if they made a restricted report, the veteran would have to request that report from the base that it was filed at. So it's not going to be part of the veteran's STRs or personnel record when they get out. It's one piece of paper that is put in a filing cabinet and left there for the next 50 years. And if that veteran comes forward at one point and asks for that, then they have to get that report from the SARC office. If none of that is available, the veteran did not at all report restricted or unrestricted, we then start looking for markers. Usually if there is a trauma of that extent while in service, there is going to be something that leads us to the direction that something about that veteran changed. We would look for pretty obvious ones: alternative military or non-military records, civilian police reports, mental health counseling, pregnancy tests and STD testing out of the blue. We can accept statements from family members, roommates, friends, clergy, diaries, medical reports from private doctors that they may have gone to if they didn't want to report it. So those would be pretty obvious markers in their fold, that we could get. Next slide, please. We would then go on, if we cannot find something in that category, we then go on to the less likely, or the less obvious, I should say, markers that we would look for. So if out of nowhere the veteran requests to transfer to another duty station, that would be considered a marker. If they were a 4.0 service member and then all of a sudden they were scoring in the 2s on their evals, that would be a marker. If they were never been NJP'd and then all of a sudden started getting NJPs, if there was a substance abuse or alcohol abuse issue that began what seems like out of nowhere, that again, marker. Started displaying episodes of depression, panic attacks, anxiety, started getting seen by mental health, economic or social changes, eating habits, again, breaking up with a primary relationship, the unexplained behavior changes in that service member would corroborate and allow us to use those identifiers as a marker. And those things would be in your service treatment records or your service personnel records. So it requires an extensive research of both. Next slide, please. Here more of these markers: making impulsive decisions that we can identify, starting writing bad checks, or going AWOL, or anything, any one of those things. The mark declined in the work performance. It was very common in the 70s and 80s for women, if they got pregnant, to get out of service. And I don't know what the percentage is, but I can tell you it's probably fairly high. A lot of those were the result of an MST. And so that would be a marker. And so you want, when the person developing the MST claim does, is again, we first look for the piece of paper that says this happened. If that piece of paper is unavailable or not, has never been done, we're then going to move on to other documentation. We're going to look for the medical records or something on paper that we can attribute to this stressor. And if that is not available, then we move on to looking for these markers that are much more discreet, much more, covert, and look for a change in behavior to identify it. The VA's motto is grant when you can, deny only if you must. So no one is looking to tell someone that we cannot corroborate their MST, and it has nothing to do with not believing the situation. It's trying to find something that we can link it to. We have to point out a incident in service to meet the criteria of the law. So the criteria of law says you have an incident in service, disability, a diagnosis, you have a current diagnosis, and then an opinion acknowledging the two are related. So if I can't tell the doctor what to look at, they have no way of making that opinion. So we need to find something. Next slide, please. So again, please note that the rules which require the VA not deny such claims without first advising the claimant that evidence from sources may constitute credible as supporting evidence. So we need to let them know what we're looking for. Maybe they can point us in the right direction. You know, they did not go to base or medical or do anything, but maybe they went to a walk-in clinic off of base to get a pregnancy test or STD screening. They can tell us about that, then we have to go get those records. So things of that nature. We also, if we can't find anything, we have to let the service member or veteran know that, and let them know that, you know, they can submit family statements or buddy statements or lay statements of anything that corroborate it. You know, maybe they called their mother or their sister or their friend when the event occurred, and that person can write a statement. Again, these are one of the few times that those lay statements actually can contribute and accept, you know, turn the decision in favor of the veteran. Next slide, please. And then again, there's some more places that we can look, you know, again, law enforcement authorities, rape, mental health, or rape crisis centers, excuse me, mental health, hospitals, physicians, pregnancy tests. Obviously, we're looking for statements from family members, roommates, fellow service members, clergy, tests for sexually transmitted disease. These are all things that the veteran may know about that exist that we can help them locate and or obtain, so that way we can successfully grant this claim. Next slide, please. So when we're rating an MST case, the roles and the responsibility of adjudication, we have to have a factual determination. That means that we have to acknowledge that we can show something in service that identifies this event took place. We do not need it in black and white. We need to have exhausted every effort to find a marker or a report someplace. We need, let them know that we don't have anything and their lay statements need to be involved. So we have to have factual determination. So there has to be something in service that we can acknowledge could have been this event or the change in behavior that was a result of this event. And then we have to weigh and have credibility of the evidence. Do we have only a lay statement? Is it only the veteran's statement? Do we have corroborating evidence? Did you know that their marks, their evaluation marks, maybe they only dipped for a month, but was it the same month that the veteran is stating that this happened in? Well, then that would be a marker. Was there an incredible amount of weight gain or weight loss at a certain point? So we want to weigh and look at all of that. And then we need a medical opinion with logical rationale backed up with facts. So again, it's a PTSD claim, which has to be done for service connection through a VA contract exam. So did the examiner review the medical records? On our end, for the VA's end, were they properly bookmarked and acknowledged for the examiner to locate? Did we point out everything that possibly could be used for that examiner? Did the examiner acknowledge them? Is there a diagnosis of PTSD? And did the examiner link the PTSD to the events in service? And then a decision can be made. Next slide, please. So PTSD, MST, anxiety, mental health, any mental health condition, all rated exactly the same way. That is why if you have a diagnosis of major depression, PTSD, generalized anxiety, and bipolar disorder, you are getting one evaluation. Because a mental health condition is a mental health condition. We can only evaluate each bodily system one time. And so therefore, mental health would be considered one. But to get 100% for mental health, you have to be totally occupationally and socially impaired. So there are a list here of things that would qualify for this. And then it goes down. There's the 70%. So when they're filling out that DBQ, the very first set of questions after the diagnoses, is basically check the box that says totally occupationally, socially impaired, occupational and social impairment with deficiencies in most areas, reduced reliability. And then the 30% is, I don't have the exact wording off the top of my head, but it says something, they have deficiencies, but, can work day to day. And then 10% is there's a current diagnosis, but that's it. And a 0% would be that there's, a current diagnosis, but no mental health deficiency whatsoever. But that's not the only writing criteria. So they check that box that sets basically the standard. We think we're going to go with 70% based on that box check, but then we have to go to the list of symptoms as well and read those list of symptoms that the examiner checked. Did that list, and that list of symptoms adds to it. So the examiner checked the box at 50, but there's more symptoms in the 70% box. We can outweigh that examiner's, initial determination. It's kind of, like I said, that first box is just the starting point, and then the symptoms add to that. Then, can the veteran work due to this disability is a whole nother set of questions. Usually if the veteran cannot work, they would be totally occupationally impaired. So therefore they probably would make the evaluation at 100. Next slide, please. So again, there is the rest of those. There's the 50, which is the reduced reliability and productivity. The 30 is social impairment with occasional decrease in work efficiency, mild symptoms for 10, and a mental health was diagnosed, but there's no symptoms. So again, that, I very rarely will you ever see a 0% for mental health if the veteran has ever filed a claim since like 1985, because the diagnosis has to come from somewhere. So how did you have a diagnosis if there's no symptoms? Again, we've made amazing strides in the last 30, 40 years in evaluating. Therefore, I don't know that I've seen anybody at a 0% that has filed at least an increase since about the early 80s. Next slide, please. When looking at mental health, it is very, very, very important for the rater to consider individual unemployability. More times than not, a veteran will qualify at the 70% based on symptoms and the doctor's evaluation, but is not working. If the veteran is not working and the doctor makes note of that and they still qualify at the 70%, we should be inviting a claim for IU or individual unemployability. Chances are the veteran cannot work due to this disability. So at the 70%, when a veteran has met the 70% criteria, the rater should acknowledge, there should be a note someplace, IU was either invited or was not considered because the veteran's working or because there's no indication the veteran can't work. If that's not there, we should be filing for IU. Convalescence following hospitalizations. So there is many PTSD inpatient treatment programs throughout the country. I would say almost every single one is at minimum 21 days. That is by design, because at 21 days, the veteran can get paragraph 29 or paragraph 29, the convalescence while you're in the hospital for 21 days or more for a service-connected condition. So if they've done a PTSD program, chances are they were there for 21 days, and for that month, they qualify for the 100%. If they're already 100% combined, they may be entitled to special monthly compensation if they have additional disabilities at 60%. So these are always things that we want to look at when someone does a PTSD program. Technically, we should be notified by the hospital that a veteran was admitted to the hospital, and a rating should be completed if necessary. However, usually the veteran can notify us and we can get it done before we get the list, so to speak, from the hospital side. If the veteran acknowledges suicidal ideation with a plan, we need to acknowledge their mental soundness. If they are evaluated at 100% for a mental health condition, we must acknowledge and or make a decision on their, what we would call competency. So competency for VA terms is the ability to handle their own financial situation. So as far as we are concerned, competency does not mean they're incompetent, but it means they do not have the ability to handle their own finances. So at 100%, or if they make if they have suicidal ideation with a plan and the doctor so indicates, we should be or have to be making a decision based on their competency. So what constitutes a marker? We've talked about what constitutes a marker. The regulation is 3.304F4. This lowers the evidentiary burden for establishing a stressor. So everybody who's been around a while remembers that in 1999, if a veteran came in, claimed PTSD, even if they had a combat action badge from Vietnam, we still made them write the statement explaining exactly what happened the day they got their PTSD. And then we would have to verify that this battle broke out and, on and on and on. And it was a ridiculous amount of red tape and hoops that we made them jump through. So 3.304F4 lowered that standard. So that's what's called now the fear-based standard. So if you have deployed to a hostile military zone, or in and around or near what we would consider combat, or in a hostile terroristic zone, your stressor is conceded. I don't need anything from you other than a diagnosis. And that does not mean you have to have the diagnosis already when you file the claim. We just need you to state that you have PTSD due to fear, due to your deployment, you have nightmares, however you want to word that, on your 526EZ, and we will set up the exam and get the diagnosis and the opinion. And then, of course, there's always plenty of sources for evidence. We can find it. If the veteran's stressor is unverifiable by their STRs or personnel records, there are other sources to go to. It may take a while, but we can get there, especially right now with the National Archives being basically shut down, although they're technically not shut down at the moment. They're just not working to capacity. It is taking a very long time to get any records from that direction, but we are working on it. Next slide. Again, 3 requirements needed to grant service connection for PTSD is the same 3 requirements to grant service connection for anything. We need an in-service event, a current diagnosis, and a nexus linking the 2. As a rater, they should be as sympathetic as possible when making their decision. Always benefit of the doubt, always should fall in favor of the veteran. However, where we get tricky with that is benefit of the doubt means that the evidence is equal. But if we have 2 doctors stating opposite things, it does not always mean that they're equal. We have to look at specialty and who looked at the record. And then we need to consider all evidence of record. Next slide, please. So, shoot out those questions.
All righty, while you are formulating your questions and such, and we're getting our laptop available so that we can see everyone's questions, I want to touch on the piece that Heather had touched on a little bit about the record and such, the 50 years and things of that nature. Okay, over the last 2 years, Heather and I have been a part of a MST task force for Oklahoma. So we meet with SARCs, we meet with the sexual assault response coordinators, we meet with including those from National Guard, active duty, other avenues, okay? So we learned in this that because we meet, and again, I'm a service officer as well. So because we meet and take care of so many different generations of clientele, of our veterans, and they served in so many different eras, okay, you have to be prepared for someone who may perhaps experience a military sexual trauma during a Vietnam era versus someone who is currently serving actively with the National Guard. Okay, so you have to have a broad knowledge. So we've broken that down to more or less one of the first things you need to ask someone when they come to you to file is instead of you trying to remember all of the ins and outs of the restricted and unrestricted reporting, ask your veteran client if they remember signing something, okay? Ask them if they remember signing anything. And then help them to understand, help them to possibly go back any further. Okay, who were you talking to? What situation were you in? Were you at a JAG office? Were you with a sexual assault response coordinator? It wasn't called there. If you go all the way back to Vietnam, they didn't have sexual assault response coordinators. That's not what the persons were called. But nonetheless, if you file a claim for someone today, they're going to receive a letter from the federal VA that says, and ask for a copy of their DD 2910. That is a form that was not called that a long time ago, okay? So Heather and I have also learned that it's, for a long period of time, it was called different things for different branches of service, okay? So it gets even more confusing for the veteran wanting to file for military sexual trauma. They don't remember where they were, they don't remember who they spoke with, they don't remember much less the form number, okay? But there's a caveat to this. Only the veteran, if there is a true form that was signed, only the veteran has access to that, okay? So the letter from the VA says, do you have in your possession a copy of your form 2910? Okay, so depending on the branch of service, they don't know what that is. And at a certain time frame in the early 2000s, everything went electronic. So that if there was a 2910, it was filed electronically and it's to be kept until the end of time. You as the service officer and as Heather representing VBA, she cannot request a copy of that 2910 if it is stored on site at someone's filing cabinet like she referenced. Only the veteran can do that, okay? So there's a lot of ins and outs within that evidence base that we can assist the veteran with, okay?
Lisa, we have a question.
Yes.
So they said that they might have missed it, but what exactly does the DD 2910 state?
The 2910, we can provide copies of that. It is, if you Google DD 2910, it is the form where it is annotated if it was a restricted or an unrestricted report.
And that is all that's on there. That's it. There's no names, there's no description, there's no anything.
Okay, is that why the veterans are now required to have a stressor statement? That's one of the questions. Heather, would you like to cover that? Stressor statements.
So yes, technically the VA is required if we have to verify a stressor. So it's not due to fear, you don't have a combat badge. We have to verify your stressor. So again, we previously made them write this whole long in depth, I want you to relive every moment of what happened statement. When we say we need a stressor statement now, that's not necessarily, it should not be the most traumatizing event in the veteran's life. I need to know within a 60-day window the dates. So I need 60-day window of when it occurred. Some people know the date off the top of their head. Some people say, sometime in the summer of 2012. Okay. So, but I need about a 60-day window because I need to know when to start looking for these markers. When does it become relevant that your evaluations went down? So that's why I need that. And then I need, I don't need in-depth, horrible details that send the veteran spinning into a spiral that makes them relive every moment. But I do need a minimum. Yeah, I need a minimum factual basis of what they're doing. I was raped or I was sexually harassed on a regular basis by my staff sergeant, something along those lines. But the most important part of that is the unit you were assigned to and that 60-day time frame. Almost everything else other than a one sentence blurb in the what happened is irrelevant. The unit you're assigned to, a 60-day window and one sentence will qualify and be sufficient for me to start looking for those markers. Some people find it cathartic and want to write the whole situation out. That is also fine. It is not necessary if it's going to re-traumatize this person. Okay. If they happen to know the name of their assailant, if it was something like that, it would probably be helpful to put that in. It adds more credibility to their statement. It gives us more things to look for. However, that's not always the case. They don't remember, they've blocked it out. I don't need a play-by-play action of the events that took place that day. I do need a general statement idea of what happened, the unit, and those dates.
As we say, just remember the facts, okay? The emotions, when you have a person who is wanting to claim for military sexual trauma, it is an emotional wound, okay? The trauma can affect their mental, their heart, their soul. So it opens the door. This is a wound. And when they come to you to file a military sexual trauma claim, assist them with the facts. The emotion can come out within that CNP examiner. And I want to tell everyone, please, Jackie is sitting here beside me and he's helping with the questions, the Q&A and the chat window as well. We have multiple questions. And so we're going to try to get through these as effectively as possible. Okay. We see your questions. Just give us a few seconds. Okay. We're going to get through these. We're going to start out. Heather, there's a question regarding the relationship of the TBI ratings and post-traumatic stress. It seems everyone, when you get rated for PTSD, you lose your rating for a traumatic brain injury. Can you discuss that?
I absolutely can. Okay, so TBI and any mental health condition, they have very similar overlapping symptoms. So we need, if you file a claim, if you're already service connected for TBI at 40 and 70 for PTSD separately, you file an increase for your TBI because you have more migraines or whatever the situation is. We have to evaluate both. Chances are when we reevaluate, one of the two physicians that examined you, either for the TBI or for the PTSD, will say they cannot delineate the symptoms. The moment that statement is made, we then have to combine the ratings because we don't know what symptoms are attributed to the PTSD and what symptoms are attributed to the TBI. If you are 10% for TBI based on subjective symptoms, tinnitus, headaches, or whatnot, you'll most likely keep that because they're not mental health. But if you're 40% because of being socially awkward at this point, and then that is one of the symptoms also in your mental health, and the doctor says they cannot delineate or separate those symptoms, we are legally required to combine them because we cannot pyramid or rate the same symptom twice. So anytime a symptom for or a claim for PTSD comes in, even if there's not a claim for TBI, but the veteran is already service connected for one or the other, we have to evaluate both.
So another good question is, and I'm going to touch on this, but it says, what if a vet has a diagnosis of PTSD for MST, but there was a note saying that there were no markers, okay? And the person who wrote this, the next sentence that you provide, and I'm going to read this, is actually, as we go through, those are all markers. Vet was chaplain's aide and only reported assault to head chaplain. Chaplain was reassigned and vet was given good marks. Vet became depressed, that's a marker. Started drinking, that's a marker, but never got into any trouble. There have been numerous people whenever you're filing a claim, and I'm going to have Heather touch on this as well, but we handle claims also where the veteran threw themselves into their work, okay? And so they have high marks and then they have super high marks and then they're just totally involved into work. I've had some who they were going to the doctor, they were having even their well checks and then had 25 doctor visits in one year and 0 the next. So that's a marker, again, showing the differences. Heather?
You're exactly right. A marker is a change in behavior. That's literally all that means. I need to show something changed in your behavior. Does it have to be completely drastic? Does it have to be to the negative? Doesn't necessarily mean it's a negative change. It just changed. We are trying to confirm your report of your MST. Nobody is trying to deny your claim at all. That's definitely not the intention. So any sort of change in behavior is what is considered a marker. That's best way of putting it.
So we have a question also regarding that. If there's a letter from a psychiatrist stating that the person cannot work, but the veteran ended up receiving a rating at 70%, why was it not a 100% rating?
Because they did not meet the criteria for the 100% evaluation. Something about their symptoms or whatever was not documented or what did not meet that criteria. But if they have a letter from the doctor stating they cannot work, then they should apply for IU. Or and then we can pay them at the 100%. Because if they have a letter from their doctor, most likely they cannot work. So we're not talking about them having to quit a job or anything like that. And so we want to pay them at that 100%. A lot of the times the veteran don't meet the criteria for 100%, which requires there to be audio and visual hallucinations, total social and occupational impairment. So you have to have both total occupational and social impairment. So somebody can be unemployable, but still be able to have a social network, so to speak. But you have to have both to meet the 100% criteria. One way of having that would be those audio or visual hallucinations or delusions. There's the list goes on, but they have to meet both the total occupational and social impairment. So if they're married with children and have a social life, they cannot meet that 100% rating because they're not totally socially isolated. That does not mean that if they're married that they can't meet the social, but there has to be certain criteria that are met to meet that.
Thank you, Heather. Next question. Why would an exam for mental disorders, I believe that they filed for non-PTSD and eating disorders, being scheduled for a veteran when the claim is for PTSD and a statement in support of PTSD was submitted?
Most likely, there's going to be one of two answers for that. A mistake was made, or they don't have a diagnosis of PTSD. They have a diagnosis of major depression disorder or anxiety, and the rater or the developer is trying to grant this. We can't grant major depression off a PTSD DBQ. We can only grant major depression off a mental health DBQ. So, because they talk about there's different sections inside both of those. The PTSD DBQ talks about your stressors and how that relates. And the mental health doesn't talk about stressors and talks about other things. So most likely the person has reviewed their VAMC records or their outpatient treatment records of some sort, and there's a diagnosis of major depressive disorder, chronic adjustment disorder, or anxiety. And we can link that to service somehow. And so the mental health DBQ would be more appropriate.
So please, as you're listening, if you have another question, please continue to type that in, whether it's in the chat window or the Q&A, okay, as we continue. Heather, I want to touch on a couple of other, you and I, and some of the things that we've worked together for the suggestions of assisting our veteran service officers across the state with the very specific, there can be physical injuries related to an assault. And these are difficult questions to ask. There are difficult questions sometimes when we have to ask if there are injuries related to a physical assault. So can you talk a little bit just about that and help those listening to better their questions, their interviewing skills?
So we want to address, I'm sorry, could you just
physical
repeat?
Injuries.
Okay,
that it is possible to file physical injuries related to a physical assault.
absolutely. So a physical injury is going to be like filing service connection for other, any other condition, okay? So if it is related to the assault and we have documentation in the service record or personnel records of the assault, so there is a report of that in there, you can file direct service connection, just like you would file for a left ACL tear, file directly. If this is an MST case that is unfiled, we need to then grant service connection for that MST, so the PTSD based on that. Once service connection is established, we can then secondarily grant service connection for the physical injuries, because at that point we have conceded that this event happened. I mean, you don't have to wait on a separate claim, but you would file those injuries secondary to the PTSD. They can all be decided at once. But again, if there is an MST in service that was reported and we have a report of that, any physical injuries can be filed directly related to service, just like you would any other injury. If that's not report is not there, we're going to want to file them, PTSD due to MST, and then secondary, whatever those physical injuries are.
And for everyone listening today, please understand that when we are super excited and hopeful that we can provide more or less the same class and more extended version of it live in person in November. So we hope that you have questions, obviously, that you're going to reach out to us prior to that. But Heather and I hopefully will be able to expand this conversation even more in November. It's obviously getting late, and I had a question and it just left me. Oh, yes, I remember. Chapter 17. Can you touch on receiving Chapter 17 with the discharges?
I absolutely can. Okay, so Chapter 17 benefits applies to healthcare eligibility. So the veteran gets out with an other than honorable discharge. And so, of course, that's a bar to entitlement to VA benefits. However, that being said, they can file for service connection, and we can do what we call a character of discharge decision. So they got out, it doesn't matter what it is, bad conduct or whatever. And we're going to look at the facts and circumstances of their case, first of all, and decide whether or not their discharge actually makes them ineligible for VA benefits. There are times that we can, for VA purposes only, basically overturn that decision. So, they served 2 tours in Iraq, came home, got a DUI. In lieu of court-martial, they were discharged. Well, we can prove that they had PTSD that was so severe, it rendered them legally insane at that moment, and we can have that overturned and all benefits would be over. Let's say we can't overturn that character of discharge. We can make a determination of that they had 2 different periods of service, and their PTSD is due to their first deployment, which was in their first enlistment. And in their second enlistment, although they probably were suffering from PTSD, they weren't legally insane. So they still have to keep their other than honorable discharge. But their disability arose from their first period of service, which was considered good service. So we would make a Chapter 17 rating. So we're granting service connection for treatment purposes only. And so at that point, they are then open to get treatment for any one of those conditions at the VAMC, especially mental health treatment. We can split.
Go ahead.
We can also split one enlistment into more than one period. So it could be 1 4-year enlistment, and we could say the first 2 years were good and the last 2 years were bad. If you have a bad enlistment and then your last enlistment is good, that overrides your bad enlistment.
Okay. So if you have another question, please type it in. We're going to take this last round within the chat and the Q&A. Do you have any other comments or anything, Heather, that you would like to remind everyone before we close this out?
That I think And I think we are as a whole getting better at this, but MST is a very real, very common occurrence. I mean, by now everyone have heard of Vanessa Guillen and Fort Hood. I think for way too long and way too widespread, everyone as a whole dismissed and labeled, especially female veterans, but all veterans that claimed this, they labeled those people. And I think you should take every time a veteran comes to you with their story, take it as fact. They're most likely not exaggerating, not even making, they probably are under exaggerating the situation and what actually happened. And they should be filing that claim.
Agreed. One of the things that Aaron earlier within the mental health there is that, and especially within central office, just for us to always make sure that that veteran is, as the service officer, please know that whenever someone comes to you and wants to file a claim, they're trusting you. They are taking a chance to trust you with some very private, personal information that is a wound inside of them, okay? It is the whole subject of a moral injury it's a fascinating topic that Jackie and I and Aaron both attend a national conference every year talking about this. And we bring it back and we talk amongst ourselves and we talk about how do we help our service officers understand that a person comes to them and they are trusting us to help them with something that is very raw. There can be some very raw emotions associated with a trauma. So we encourage you. I know that this is a very difficult subject for a lot of people. Please know that there are resources and such available to you. Heather and I, Jackie, all of the ODBA, we're here to help. We want to do more. And just know that we're here to help and to reach out. If you have any questions, if you want to do more. And Heather and I, we actually, for 2020, prior to COVID, we had an entire program that we were developing so that we could go out and assist and train other service officers, particularly on this subject. So I'm thankful that we're able to talk about this today. Kudos to you, Heather. I appreciate you. She and I doing our Lunch and Learn series since February. We've covered this subject quite a bit. I appreciate your time. And you guys, unless Jackie has anything else to say, and he's sitting beside me and I'm not dragging on screen.
Negative.
If you could hear him say that, negative.
No, thank you for attending. I know this was short, kind of to the point. A lot of people, you have this information already, but maybe you took one nugget or two with it that you didn't have. That's the most important piece. The only way we're going to get better as service officers statewide, not just ODBA, but all people that touch veterans, is to understand that we may understand it because we dealt with it. PTSD for a lot of us is common for all of our veterans to have, but our PTSD is different than necessarily the veteran coming to us. And that part of it is you have to learn that, to understand that their symptoms aren't the same symptoms you're going to have. And just because they're not displaying that, it's not going to necessarily mean that they don't have it. They progress a different direction than you do. Some people suppress for many years, and then they blow up, and then we see things happen and they end up going to jail or having, things happen with that. But as we move forward, we've all talked about it as service officers with ODBA, and it's brought up. We're kind of like unlicensed counselors. I mean, people come to us, they tell us these things, and then they look to us for answers. They're looking across the desk at us for an answer, but that's outside our wheelhouse in a way too with some stuff, or it makes us uncomfortable. So we don't want to necessarily grab the Band-Aid and start pulling on it because we don't do that type of work. That goes outside of our comfort zone. But hopefully as we talk more and more about these things, it becomes, you have a resource at least then to maneuver that veteran to where they can get the assistance. They can help in Tulsa, Oklahoma City lot, and you have the vet centers. They specialize in MST and PTSD. Doesn't matter if they're on honorable discharge or an honorable discharge. That's what they specialize in. And what I love about the vet centers is your records are private. even to the VA, unless you tell them to release them. That for some veterans was especially our Vietnam vets, that was the piece they needed to hear to go start getting care outside of that because of what happened to them when they came back. And they paved the way for us and today for our benefits. And we just need to make sure we continue to pave the way for future veterans and then not just our veterans in our time frame. So I appreciate everybody. I see Maggie was on there from Senator Langford's office. There was a lot of guests on here today. And I really appreciate everybody sticking out and listening to this. And sometimes it's not an easy discussion and we clam and we don't ask questions because it is uncomfortable to talk about it. But hopefully we can get into that zone to where we can openly talk about it and be able to help the veterans out there and help do our best to get them service connected and get the benefits that they earned. Not what they think they deserve, but what they earned. And that's what we should be doing and keeping our integrity tight with all that to make sure it stays a benefit for us over time and it doesn't get too loose or considered that way to where it starts being looked at as what they're going to do with their benefits. So I just really appreciate everybody and y'all be safe. I know here in Oklahoma City, it looks like it's raining. I don't know what it's doing around the rest of the state, but just make sure that everybody stays safe. And we'll talk at y'all in November and probably talk to a lot of you in between that time. So y'all have a great evening.
Thank you.
And we are going to go ahead and end.
You can stop the video, please, first.
Oh, better stop the video first. I'm learning.
You have to stop recording.
I gotta learn how to not to make it stop recording. Okay, y'all can go ahead and start signing off if you want to, because I'm gonna be dancing around on this thing.
There we go.
That's video.
Uh-huh.